We should have set this up earlier, but we will know in a few seconds whether it is loud enough. Okay. Hallo?
Okay. Then let's hope for the best. Yes, please. Und Soundcheck. Okay. How about you now? Okay. Fine.
Ich muss nur die ganzen Namen bei der Begrüßung. Okay.
Infectious diseases and their pathogens.
I would like to give my talk to you.
Parasites and viruses.
I just need, it's in my MacBook.
With MacBooks, you want?
Yes.
Yes, it would be in principle possible. So we would have to place it here and connect via HDMI.
Yeah, but I don't have
What we have.
I just need the other one.
It will give me a hard time because this is built-in computer.
Okay, then
And having a USB medium with a presentation would be really the best.
okay, but I need something to
I may
have a
organize.
USB. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a pen drive. I will organize an adapter. Just a minute.
Okay. Jetzt weiß ich natürlich no idea how he puts it. He's leaving now?
Oh,
Okay.
he's gonna bring something.
Okay.
So you're gonna start now, right?
Yeah,
so
but
the ambassador is there.
no, he will do it.
Oh.
Yeah, therefore I wondered that he's running away. Do not want to touch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charity guys are not here.
Sorry?
Charity guys, Flex Tracks, right?
Sometimes a little bit problematic with them. Yeah.
I see.
Therefore, I was also wondering, as I say, I sent you this email briefly, and
Good to see you,
Hello,
man.
Daniel.
Good to see you.
I will put my presentation.
and therefore I was asking also whether you need an immunologist for this.
The second round, yeah.
Yeah, therefore. Wie bitte?
He is coming. I'm just waiting for.
You want to put yours?
No, I'm also waiting for him. He just went to bring an adapter.
How is it going?
All good, man.
How's
How
the
are you?
pace up? Everything is fine?
Days up is spacing up.
This is good.
A lot of things to do, but it's all good. In good shape. Hope it's good.
Fortunately, the things with Cuba have not worked out so far. But
Yeah, this is
now we are trying to bring some samples from the Europucci. Cuba is very strict with sending blood samples outside and all.
Cuba.
It's political reason also. Also because the last time there was a huge outbreak of dengue. It was too much political view, and the United States started to say, no, don't travel to Cuba because the mosquitoes are there fighting, waiting for you and everything. So they never say the real numbers of the dengue, how much it is, and to avoid scaring people and everything. But I thought that with hepatitis would not be so.
It's
because
not so big.
not
It's
so
getting
big.
down. It's getting down. You have good vaccination first and place, and so we'll see. Dengue is one of the key topic we are working a lot. Recently, we have also today also we have been asked by the Welcome to submit a full proposal with Brazil, Kenya, and Vietnam.
Yeah, because Brazil now is going to produce the NIH vaccine. They got the license from them.
There's two in the market, but the other one is not so easy.
The one from
vaccine?
Takeda is okay.
Yeah, dengue vaccine.
The one from Takeda is okay. But the best is the one that is coming now from the NIH. That one is. And I think Biomanguinhos, they got the license to produce, or no, Butantan in Brazil. I think it was Butantan. But again, they will have no capacity for producing for the entire Latin America.
That's true. I'll try to keep you involved. Maybe I'll invite you to Hanoi also for a workshop like GLACIER. Working on dengue.
Cuba sells a lot of vaccines to Vietnam. There is a lot of good
Of
population.
course, this is there. This is why I just want to
There
maximize
was a
and
nice
multiply the effect. Yeah.
Now I want to involve.
I cloud service where you could deposit?
I have only a WhatsApp, 53 MB. I have it in WhatsApp.
So, because I have an adapter just the other way around for USB Type A to
Type C. Yeah.
So
I have it in my WhatsApp. I can forward it to Anna, maybe.
maybe use my account.
Yeah.
On the mobile phone would be possible. Wir haben so ein Remote-Ding. Wir haben jetzt vor allen Dingen das Problem, dass wir von seinem Apple die Präsentation nicht herunterkriegen und kein Kabel haben, mit dem man dieses Apple-Gerät an irgendwas hier anschließen kann.
I have it in WhatsApp, 53 MB.
Ja, und dann schließt man dein Handy hier an.
No, I cannot send it by email. It's too big. Okay. Yep.
Or to mine, and I downloaded in the WhatsApp.
I don't have Daniel.
No, I can. And then I put it in the stick, yeah. And then I send it to you by email. Frank, can I put mine here from the stick?
Which session, Daniel?
I am in the afternoon today.
Today is second session, yeah? I guess.
I think it's before. No, it's before. No, the first one. Before the break.
Before the
Before
break.
the coffee break. Yeah.
So it's session 1. Okay.
Yeah, he said
Glacier. It's a folder named Glacier Symposium. Can
This
you
one?
go to the last one? No, to the last one. The last one modified. Yeah, that one.
he's a medical doctor and actually he is not
Yeah, thank you, Frank.
closely to the GLACIER team, but to the team of Lukas Stenka.
No internet?
And Luka was not able to come and we asked him to.
Just give me.
I also
I can
didn't-
just share my
I have no
internet with you.
Oh, you have a. It's a Mac. It's a Mac or.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't have a Mac. I have
It's an
a
Android. All right.
Anna? Ja, Daniel.
Du wirst mir die ganze Sticks geben.
Hast du es schon?
Ja, hab ich jetzt. Sure.
Okay.
So we have to
Start. I'm ready 20 minutes later, right? As usual. No, it's not +49. It's +49.
It's plus one, guys. You're number. Let's see if you can.
Ja. War keine Chance. In dem Moment, wo ich es machen wollte, sind die Leute
Ich habe
gekommen.
mein Zettel da. Ist okay. Da.
Sind
nicht mein
die,
Kabel. Welches Kabel? Wem gehört?
das meins. Sind die Leute
jetzt,
mit den.
Jetzt sind die alle fertig.
Ja. Los geht's.
Michael. Okay, now everybody hopefully had a little lunch or at least some drinks. And we will wait. Please come in the front seat here. Okay, first of all, for me it is a great pleasure and a really big honor to welcome you all here to the third GLACIER International One Health Symposium, which is taking now place in Halle. And in particular, my warmest regards actually to people from the embassy, from the Cuban embassy, Joana Martinez Gonzalez. Thank you very much that you came. From the Colombian embassy, it is Yadir Zalazar Meyer. Thank you very much also that you came. And in addition, we have Peter Hinrichs from the Ministry of Science and Research from Sachsen-Anhalt. Frau Professor Heike Kirstein. She is the Dean of the Medical Faculty of the Martin Luther University. As well as Professor Dr. Axel Brackhade. He has two positions. On the one hand, he is the director of the Leibniz Institute for Natural Product Research, but also the vice president of the German Research Council. Next to the welcome, I really am very happy also to welcome all the members of the GLACIER meeting and of our GLACIER project, as well as the members of the DAAD, which also just arrived in time, and also all the speakers coming from all over the world. And in particular, I'm also looking around that we have also a number of students here from Halle and outside from Halle. Thank you very much and very welcome, and I hope you really enjoy the next 3 days. Now, my name is Barbara Seliger. I'm heading together with Ludger Westjohann from the Leibniz Institute of Plant Biochemistry this GLACIER project from the Halle site. Now, what about Halle? Halle has been in the Middle Ages belonging to the Hanseatic League. And, sorry? Oh no. So it has to go back. What? And it did belong to the Hanseatic League, and it was trading salt, and therefore it was named the City of Salt. But it became long ago the City of Science, and it was founded actually 1694 by Friedrich of Prussia. And this was so-called the Martin Luther University Halle-Wittenberg. And furthermore, next to many student paths we have here at the faculty, it is also the German Academy of Sciences, called also Leopoldina, is situated here, and you have in walking distance, if you have time, only 400 meters far from here. Furthermore, just giving you the name, what is GLACIER? GLACIER means Latin American Center for Infection and Epidemiology Research and Training. It represents a One Health concept which integrates, on the one hand, environment, on the other hand, animal, human, and also social sciences. And this is headed, which is very unusual also for DAAD projects, by two institutions, on the one hand, situated in Halle, I already mentioned, the IBP and the Martin Luther University, the medical faculty, but also the Charité in Berlin. And the big aim is actually to coordinate, collaborate, and communicate in all these 4 areas of the One Health system. And I just would like to hand over now for my co-chair, Ludger Westjohann.
Yes. Also a warm welcome from me to all of you, especially, of course, we are honored by the presence of Her Excellencies, the Cuban Ambassador Martinez Gonzalez and the Colombian Ambassador, which is Salazar Mejia. And I'm happy to have you here. Actually, those of you who know me, that I'm very Latin Americanophile, or whatever you want to call it. So only Brazil, of my favorite countries, is missing, but I should say here, and see what's... We moved to countries, except for Cuba, which I didn't have so much connection before, but I see here people already from many nations in the Latin Americas. So we have Mexico, Guatemala, Cubans, Colombians, Chileans, Brazilians, and so it's really a strong connection, and we are very happy that we could at least part of these countries, and maybe in the future even more. We hope for Colombia, otherwise you would not explain the Colombian ambassador here. We hope that in the next round, which we hope to win, that is a message to the DAAD people, yeah. We hope to include Colombia also. Guatemala, I forgot, is also present, yeah, so excuse me. But so welcome you all here, and I also welcome people from other regions and other World Health Centers. In addition to that, we are very happy to have here Dr. Hinrichs as a representative of the government of the state of Saxony-Anhalt, which is the main supporter, I must say, of both the university exclusively and also the main supporter of the IPB, the Leibniz Institute of Plant Biochemistry. So we are happy that you are here, and we know and honor your constant support, which enabled us to really participate in this. Because I must say, I think we are, at least from IPB, I think we are the only non-medical institution in any of these, the DAAD will know better, in any of these World Health Centers. There is a reason for that. I come to that in a second. And I'm also happy that Axel Brackag is here. He's not only the vice president of the DFG, he's also here as representative of the Leibniz Association. Thank you, Axel, for coming over. And last but not least, of course, Frau Kielstein, which I know has given us so much support and is so instrumental that we can continue with the research in the immunology. And immunology is very important. And as you've seen here already, we have some unique features in GLACIER which distinguish of course, every center has distinguishing features, and that's so, but of course here as representative of GLACIER, I want to point out ours. So I think we are the only of the centers who have, with the knowledge from and especially with the Cuban input, we have the own vaccine development program. Actually, it's the only vaccine development program in Latin America, if I'm informed correctly. I'm not talking about production. There's many production sites, but to develop own vaccines is something which is crucial and which we are happy to contribute to. Then we have an anti-infective drug development setup, which is also very important because, as we've learned from COVID, not everybody can be vaccinated. Also, not everybody wants to be vaccinated, so you need treatment. And last but not least, we were happy that we could have a vaccination in COVID, but there's many diseases where we wait since 40 years for a vaccination, and it's not working for various reasons. So there is also always a need for treatment, as traditional as it is. And for that we use resources from and in Latin America and Saxony-Anhalt. Why is that? Although most of you think, well, not you, you are experts but and knowledgeable, but many in the population think that the drugs we have come from the chemical industry, and I'm a chemist, so I would like that idea, but the reality is that especially in anti-infectives, 70% of our drugs are based on natural products. And also around and Axel knows very well, he comes from a similar institute, and also 70% of the world population relies on plants as their main medicine. Not here so much, but in the tropicals, where also many of the problematic diseases are born for various reasons. That is, the normal treatment is a plant, not something you can buy in a pharmacy. That's only at a very late stage, and many cannot pay for it, actually. Okay, and one point of GLACIER is to build up these resources, to have faster access, to have better training, to have earlier knowledge about diseases and their treatment. We have also, and do something which is new, we are very happy to link up with AI tools artificial intelligence, we develop own programs for that, especially here with Colombians, with Mexico, very strong link, and of course in our group here, which researchers from both world regions will profit from, and also of course others. So we have Velavan here from the Pace Up project, and we are happy, of course, once our thing is up and running, to include also them. And GLACIER has a strong socio-economic and environmental component. The environmental specialists are in Mexico. Why is that important? Barbara pointed out in One Health. It's important because why do we see diseases coming over from animals to people? Because they have, for their living, to cut the forest. The animals have to flee. They live in cities then, and they transfer the diseases. This is simplified. If you want to hear really competent work about this, you should listen to the later talks of our colleagues from Berlin. You should listen to the talks from Mexico, where we talk about artificial intelligence tools, and also from Halle. And it's a very last issue, and please stay until the last talk. We will have Bert Hoffmann and his team, and he will talk about socioeconomic aspects, especially strong because not everybody, as said, wants to be vaccinated. But especially in Central America, we have other problems. We have a lot of migration from Venezuela, migration towards the United States, of poor people who have poor health situation. And this affects immensely the spreading of diseases, or how many people you can reach in a vaccination. And that is a big problem in these three areas. So it is not only important to have the good science, it's also important to reach the people. And for us to reach the people, we have to thank our sponsors. And that's first of all the Foreign Office of Germany, das Auswärtige Amt, and the DAAD, who are always so supportive and flexible, which is, something happened here, which is unheard of in many other organizations. So we're really, really happy to have you as main partners. But we had, of course, some special sponsors also for this meeting. We had from the ministry some support. Thank you very much for that. We had support from the Leibniz Research Network, Bioactive Compounds. So thank you also for them, to some speakers. And we had support, of course, from the university and from our institute. Later, I will also thank, of course, the people, but not now. It would take too long, because now I have to give, or will give, and I'm happy to give the word to Mr. Henrichs.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm from the Ministry of Science, Energy, Climate Protection and Environment. And some of these topics fit very well to your One Health project, and I think GLACIER is very important for international cooperation and very important for health for all people. And research can only solve very many problems in health. We have seen with the COVID pandemic that is very important to act together. The vaccination has saved many of lives, and I think we have to go on, because I think it was not the last pandemic, and we have to cope with many more diseases. The ministry has always supported the medicine in Halle, and also biochemistry, especially plant biochemistry, and we have given some money to improve this, and I hope it will go on. And especially it's a difficult time for money, but we want to go on with research and research funding, and your One Health topic is very important for international cooperation, and I think I'm happy to be here and be part of this opening, and I hope you will have a successful convention here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, Ambassador Gonzalez and Ambassador Mejia, dear representative of the Ministry of Science, Energy, Climate Protection and Environment, lots things to do, Mr. Henrichs, dear Professors Seliger, Wes-Johann and Brackhage, and dear colleagues and students. As a Dean of the Medical Faculty, it is both an extremely great honor and a pleasure for me to welcome you to the city of Halle an der Saale and to the University Square. Right behind me you can see only one, but there are two large format paintings, and these paintings are from the founders of the Halle and Wittenberg University. There were two universities. Depicted are the Prussian king, Frederick I, and the Saxon elector, Frederick the Wise. The auditorium of this late classical building has been the university's ballroom and assembly hall since the opening ceremony on Reformation Day in 1834. By the way, this building is named the Lion Building, attributed to the two lion sculptures on the right and left side of the outside staircase. Creating knowledge since 1502 is the motto of our university. The Martin Luther University, MLU, offers a wide range of academic subjects in the area of humanities, social sciences, natural sciences, and medicine. The MLU was created in 1817 when the University of Wittenberg was merged with the Friedrichs University of Halle. Today, the university has around 20,000 students and 340 professors. The medical faculty is one of the founding faculties of the MLU, and it offers 5 courses: medicine, dentistry, 2 courses, 2 different courses in nursing and midwifery. More than 2,200 students undergo their academic training in our medical faculty, and in 1754, Dorothea Erxleben received her MD degree, becoming the first woman in Germany to do so. One of our core competencies in teaching is interprofessional and interdisciplinary teaching and training. At a very high level, we have one of the largest teaching clinic and simulation clinic in Germany. This suits perfectly to your goal in strengthening the interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary exchange of leading and young scientists in your GLACIER network against emerging infectious diseases. Fortunately, we live in one world, and we can share knowledge and scientific findings with each other. However, we also share pathogens and vectors. And although the living and environmental conditions in Germany, Europe, and Latin America are very different, it only makes sense to work in interdisciplinary networks with the understanding for the challenges of the network partner and with enthusiasm to work together for the protection of the health and well-being across national and continental borders. One Health stands for the approach of taking a holistic and global view of health and involving experts from veterinary medicine, agriculture, from the environment in the fight against antibiotic resistance alongside those from human medicine. Infection experts says bluntly that after the pandemic is before the pandemic. And you and your impressive network are extremely important masterminds in dealing adequately with the future pandemic, or in other words, a future health crisis. Here in East Germany, internationalization and scientific exchange with colleagues from all over the world are of particular importance. In the times of the GDR, the German Democratic Republic, between 1949 and 1990, this enriching scientific human exchange was almost impossible. Today, we at Martin Luther University are very grateful that we have more than 19 international partner universities, and we also have partner universities in Latin America. This is great. It is enriching that we are allowed to learn and work in other countries, and it is also a gift that international students and scientists, like some of you here in the audience, want to spend time with us here in Halle. I'm very impressed of the variety of topics, the large number of contributions, and the scientific excellence of your conference. And I believe that you will have a very enriching scientific and personal exchange. I hope that after this highly interesting conference, you will all remember the city of Halle as a traditional, on the one hand side, but also cosmopolitan and scientific inspiring city. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Excellencies, Ambassador Gonzalez and Ambassador Mejia, it's very nice to see you again on a really short time in between. Dear Mr. Hinrichs from the state here in Saxony-Anhalt, okay, I made it correctly. Dear Dean Professor Kielstein, members of GLACIER, and of course, dear Professor Seliger and dear Ludger Westjohann, dear colleagues, for me it's a great honor to be here today, and I was asked to give some short notes as Vice President of the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, but also always when Ludger asks me something I have to do more work, but also as the head of the Research Consortium Infect Control and as member of the just installed Leibniz Lab Pandemic Preparedness. Let me start with the DFG, the German Research Foundation. It is the central self-governing research funding organization in Germany. The DFG serves the sciences and humanities and promotes research of the highest quality at universities and non-university research institutions. The focus is on funding of projects developed by the scientific community. This is very important, so developed by us, by you. And in the area of knowledge-driven research. Moreover, the DFG particularly cares about promotion of international cooperation, what we see here, of course, in the best way, early career researchers, gender equality and diversity in science and the humanities. I would like to emphasize one point: basic research as crisis prevention. The past years illustrate why investing in basic research in the search for pure knowledge is so worthwhile. If you think about research on SARS viruses, research on these viruses was interesting and of a high standard for many years, which was reflected in DFG funding, but it was far from being interest for the public or for all of us. This changed, of course, dramatically with the pandemics due to COVID-19. And when you look in PubMedLine, you find 2018 about 300 publications of SARS-CoV-2. 2021, you find about 15,000. Okay. So due to the emergence, this has increased. And what I want to say is that the DFG enables research in a wide variety of areas, even if these are not currently in focus. In the event of a crisis, this knowledge and the existing expertise on SARS viruses, for example, suddenly becomes of great social importance and is essential for coping with pandemics. This demonstrates that the DFG also has an important function as a knowledge repository. Otherwise, nobody would have any capabilities to work with SARS viruses. The DFG nowadays funds over 30,000 basic research projects every year, from law to atmospheric research, from archaeology to artificial intelligence. Every single one of these projects can become significant for society overnight, as we have seen for SARS-CoV-2. Okay, I also would like to briefly introduce the concept of the consortium Infect Control, funded by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, BMBF for the Germans. It has taken a transdisciplinary approach to tackle the question of One Health, including medical research, veterinary medicine, agriculture and farming, climate change, transport around the world, etc. And the IPB, the Leibniz Institute for Plant Biochemistry, was a central part of this program. In numerous sub-projects, Infect Control enabled the improvement of the prevention of infectious diseases and the development of new approaches for their diagnosis and therapy. For example, we have developed, to show you something what is really different, together with industrial companies, a hospital room of the future that effectively counteracts the spread of infections and can serve as a global role model. Another particular highlight in which I'm personally involved is the development of the first new tuberculosis antibiotic in decades. It is urgently needed in the face of spreading resistance, especially in the countries of the global south. We have so far taken this new drug all the way to clinical phase 2 in a purely academic setting, thus providing an example for the possibilities of public health care in a globalized world. And lastly, I would like to mention, in addition to Infect Control and many other initiatives, such as the Leibniz Association, research alliances, for instance, bioactive compounds headed by Ludger Westjohann, but also infections. These have laid the foundation for the establishment of Leibniz labs. One of these is the Leibniz Lab Pandemic Preparedness, which also in one line with the One Health concept, aims to permanently strengthen the pandemic resilience of society and science by bringing together the diverse expertise of many Leibniz institutes. The programs mentioned are all largely national in character, but the challenges are global in nature. Thus, international collaboration, as shown here in a really best way, is essential to prepare for the next pandemics. Some of them are already in place, like the silent pandemics, how we call it, due to resistant pathogens and to the emergence of resistant pathogens. In my view, GLACIER is ideally suited as an international project to bring together knowledge and activities across countries and continents, and to develop pandemic prevention specifically targeted for different regions of the world. We all benefit from diverse experiences and opportunities in dealing with pandemics in our partner countries and far beyond. This immense wealth of knowledge and willingness to make progress provides us with new opportunities to make the world a better place. I wish you all the best for your really important endeavor. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm very happy, of course, that we have here also as representatives of our partners the two excellencies. And the first word will be given by the Cuban ambassador to Germany, Her Excellency Juana Martinez Gonzalez.
I'm afraid I have a problem with the Well, dear Professor Dr. Barbara Sellingen, dear Professor Ludger Westjohann, dear Professor Peter Heinrich, dear Professor Dean Heiken Kielstein und Profesor Axel Brackhagen, queridos colegas de Cuba, compatriotas, profesores y estudiantes de la Universidad de La Habana, también mis colegas latinoamericanos de Colombia, nuestra excelentísima embajadora Yadir, amiga. It's a pleasure for me to be here, especially today, in this environment, peace environment, and speaking for collaboration and making future. I think that is the most important thing that we today made. I thank you for the invitation to the third One Health International Symposium, a space for the exchange of the most recent scientific advance in the framework of the GLACIER project, which represent initiative and at the same time solution to the challenges imposed by emergency infection disease. Cuba, as one of the main actors and collaborators in the GLACIER project for the region Latin American and the Caribbean, is working on the materialization of the One Health approach to address the complex health challenges facing humankind, such as infection disease and antimicrobial resistance. A recent example is the creation of Cuba vaccines against COVID, with the participation of experts from Cuban scientific institutions who are with us today in this auditorium. This scientific achievement is not only an example of intersectoral and multidisciplinary collaboration, but also an example of Cuba's political will to guarantee the health and well-being of its population. Within the framework of GLACIER, Cuban institutions such as the University of Havana, the Finland Institute of Vaccine, the Center for Research and Development of Medicines, and the Institute of Tropical Medicine Pedro Curie are involved in about 8 research projects related to the development of vaccine candidates, the synthesis of bioactive and anti-tumor compounds, among others. There is also joint counseling between Germany and Cuba of about 13 doctoral theses project as a part of high-level scientific and academic training. As part of the development of local and national research capacities, the GLACIER laboratory in Cuba was opened last year during the second annual symposium in Havana. Our presence today as guests to this third annual GLACIER Symposium is an example of the intention to involve regional and international policy makers in the scientific results and thus contribute through socialization and dissemination of scientific information to the implementation of rapid and effective responses to epidemiological challenges. Before I finish my words, I want to say thank you a lot to the Halle University for the hospitality, and thanks a lot for the government of the Germany to make a collaboration in this important project. I thank you for the invitation and invite you to make of this space for a scientific exchange an opportunity to strengthen cooperation between our countries. Thank you very much. For Cuba, it's very important, this project. Cuba as an undeveloped country and a blockade country is very, very important, this project. Thank you very much for my health. Thank you.
So you may ask, this is a salt as a symbol for Halle and a regional wine.
Okay, thank you.
So, before I start, you may have looked at the map I've shown you, and unfortunately Colombia was not shown, but I would like to say I hope it was only shown not yet. And in order to prepare for the next round of funding, which we don't know if we will get it, but we hope so, as always, you try to improve for the next round. And one of the improvements we have in mind is Colombia. And so it's my great honor to have here as our guest and Her Excellency Yadir Salazar Mejia, the Ambassador of Colombia, and the word is yours.
Einen wunderschönen guten Tag an Sie alle. Your Excellency, Excelencia, querida amiga y colega Juana Martínez, embajadora de Cuba, sehr verehrter Professor West-Johann, liebe und verehrte Professor Dr. Barbara Seliger, sehr geehrter lieber Professor Dr. Axel Braghage, Professor Dr. Heike Kielstein, ich muss nochmal mein Deutsch üben, Dr. Hinrichs, queridos colombianos, queridos cubanos, I am going to mention that I'm not here alone, so I want to recognize here the presence of Dr. Julian Alfredo Fernandez, Undersecretary of Public Health of the big city. It's almost like a country of Bogota, 10 million inhabitants. Si se puede parar. And I'm representing my country here with two more Colombians, which I would like you to get to know. And one of them is Dr. Andres Felipe Vázquez. He's a researcher with Professor West-Johann, and he's an expert. Gracias. And I'm here as well with Dr. Fabio Herrera from Colombia. And there was a woman with me, a researcher at the IPB. She's not here, I will meet her later. It's not only men, we are mostly women in Colombia, 51%. And a lot of researchers, so I'm very happy to see a lot of women in science here as well. After this protocolary introduction, I want to thank very, very much to the organizers for the invitation to this very important event at this very important place of Germany. And you feel it here when you get into these buildings. There's a lot of education, there's a lot of thoughts, and there's a lot of importance for Colombia to have a relationship as well to Saxony-Anhalt, I don't know to say that in English, Saxony-Anhalt. And it's my big honor and pleasure to be here with some Colombians are living as well and working here. Thank you so much for this wonderful invitation. This event is inviting us to reflect again on the profound lessons that we have learned from events that do not respect borders, such as infectious diseases, which materialize in the pandemic, such as the COVID pandemic. The pandemic exposed all of us, the whole world, to vulnerabilities of our health systems, but not only that, to the vulnerabilities of our economies and of our societies. But it also highlighted the resilience as well and importance of global cooperation, and that's why I'm here and Colombia is here today. This requires to strengthen us efforts at all levels to be able to provide coordinated responses to prevent and to mitigate future crises, and we can do that only cooperating. Even more important in an environment of increasing globalization challenges, and I think you mentioned that, migration, the climate crisis, so polycrisis, I can mention a lot of crises here, which creates, unfortunately, perfect conditions for the emergence and spread of new infectious diseases. Experts are warning, like experts like you, of future pandemics, more virulent and more contagious. And this makes it clear that the cooperation between countries, institutions, and scientists is essential to develop vaccines, treatments, and prevention strategies. Taking advantage of your presence at this event, it is worth highlighting the successful collaboration we established with the Institute of Virology of the University Hospital of Charité Berlin. I think Professor Drexler is today not here. Through we mobilized a lot of vaccines, as well as articulated and successful cooperation between Germany and Colombia with different entities such as our own Ministry of Health, the National Institute of Health, and the Industrial University of Santander. It's a Bundesland, a department in Colombia, and I'm going to go to the topic of industry later. Through these actions, we have had a positive impact on the quality of life of nationals, but also on migrants. Colombia is hosting at least 3.5 million migrants from Venezuela mostly, but from other parts of the world, and we are only 55 million inhabitants, and we treat them the way we like to be treated, like they are at home. They transit through Colombia, managing to provide effective means to contain the harmful effects of the pandemic and boosting cooperation between the two countries. But what kind of cooperation? And this is the great opportunity that I have to share with you. What type of cooperation is Colombia thinking about, and many other Latin American countries, if I may say, Ambassador? An innovative, cutting-edge cooperation in 3 different pathways. Number 1, scientific, of course, because that's why we are partnering stronger and with Germany. We respect very much German scientists, and we like to partner with the German science. This scientific cooperation, of course, focus on all research development done in the future binationally, more and more, with the views of both scientists from both sides stronger, with products that are attending the needs of the populations in Germany and in Colombia. Number 2, social. Focus on direct protection of human life. And this is the motto of the government of Colombia. It's Colombia Potencia de la Vida. And we will speak about that. This is about human life. Everything is about human life. But the number 3 is that this cannot be romantic. This needs to be economically driven, which is also absolutely critical for financial redistribution and reactivation in Colombia, but worldwide as well. How? By maintaining and strengthening the industries and supporting the creation of new and sustainable green industries that are promising both not only in the global north, but also in the global south, and of course in Colombia, in Cuba, and in Latin America. This new cooperation needs enablers, like, for example, shared patents. Can you think of a future where we develop a patent together with Germany, Colombia, and Cuba, Because you see here, sitting with me, Colombians that are not studying and doing their postdocs and are not living in Colombia. They love their country. One day maybe they go back, maybe not, but they love Germany as well. So these share patterns, which will allow to encompass the three areas I mentioned: scientific, social, economic, integrating academy, research, governments, industry, and all the societies to make it, as Professor Brackhage very nicely said at the end, a world a better place. And this sounds very easy, but it's not, but we can do it. And we are able to do it, but we need to work differently. And I'm very happy to see here young people that are going to be able to work differently for a better world. This is too long, and I'm the last speaking, so I'm going to make it short, not to bore you with more words. Colombia wants really to strengthen cooperation in health matters, and that's why I'm here. And we want to make in the country, and only Latin America, together working as well with countries like Cuba, to work in a hub for production and development of human and also animal vaccines, as well as biotechnological, phytotherapeutic, and radiopharmaceutical medicines. To this end, the government of President Gustavo Petro implements something called reindustrialization policy, which among its productive bets has health for life industry, with which it is expected to mobilize around $1.6 trillion. This productive bet incorporates, among others, knowledge-based services linked to this sector, of course, and simultaneously the development of capacities in the pharmaceutical industry, not only, but there in pursuit of the strengthening of the sector based on science and technology and based on the national pharmaceutical industry. Science diplomacy, that's what I'm trying to do with your help, plays a crucial role in this bet. The collaboration between researchers from different countries through platforms such as GLACIER that brings us together today, accelerate scientific developments and generate a critical mass of knowledge to respond to current and future scenarios. The most important thing in science, in life, is to build trust and cooperation between countries. And it's imperative and essential to have this to address global challenges. By working together, we can build a safer and a healthier future for us. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Okay, thank you very much for all these nice words, and we hope we can put them into working as much as is possible, because we need, of course, the additional support, because the DAAD platform is really a platform, but the real funding for the developments we have to find from other sources, of course. So thank you and political support is mandatory for that, of course, especially in these days. I work in natural products. I have to say this. In the times of Humboldt, Alexander von Humboldt, the famous researcher, the first one who made scientific discoveries in Latin America and especially Colombia, in his time, he required about a year or two to get to his collections. That was, he needed to travel for almost 1 year, and then to get the license for collection and export, he had one dinner with the governor. Now we need also 2 years, but it's reverted. Now we can travel in these countries within 1 day, but we need 1 or 2 years for the licenses, minimum. I know the ambassadors are not responsible, but I think it's a funny thing, isn't it? After more than, 250 years or so. Okay, announcements. Before we start the scientific part of the conference, we would like to have a conference photo. So I would ask everybody to move out. It will take us only 5 or 10 minutes to I have heard seen from here, the right stairs down, and we will be on the stairs. Yeah. And another thing, you mentioned Felix. He wrote me an email. Well, the whole Berlin team is delayed. Guess why? Deutsche Bundesbahn. So he got stuck, but he will be here later. Okay, thank you very much, and let's move out, and please all come back in again.
Follow Michael.
Follow Michael, yeah.
After me is here at the same place, GLACIER Symposium.
Okay, help me please. Where is it? Where could I find it? Just the main?
GLACIER Symposium folder. Here, there. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one is after me.
And you are on which session?
The first one. He's the first one.
Which session? Session 1?
Session one.
Also?
Also, yeah. He's
yeah. Okay, copy. Stop. I need to eject it. Done. Fertig.
Put my slides.
Yes.
And I just
So
wanted to check that they are okay.
it's probably this one.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's suddenly bigger. So
There's some element that could be removed, probably. Okay. Yeah.
I hope the others look good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 1 on One Health. My name is Silvia Dreyer. I'm from the Friedrich Loeffler Institute. And thank you very much for the invitation. We have a nice list of excellent speakers for this first session. So let's start with the first one, Dr. Raquel Carrera. She was part of the Ebola emergency response in Sierra Leone. She was a consultant epidemiologist at WHO in 2019. She was doing a field epidemiologist fellow with ECDC. Since 2020, she is working at WHO as a field epidemiologist training officer. Since 2021, she's working in the Intelligence, Innovation and Integration Unit in the new WHO hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin at the Department of Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence Systems. So today she will give a talk about strengthening public health intelligence around the globe, the WHO hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence. Dr. Carrera, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, bienvenidos. My name is Raquel Miraldea Carrera, and over the next 30 minutes or so, it's going to be my pleasure to take you through the journey of public health intelligence and how the new World Health Organization, WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, is trying to strengthen public health intelligence around the globe.
Over the past years, I'm certain many of you have worked and are entangled in research and public health activities related to health emergencies around the globe that have been affected by conflict or infectious diseases like dengue or displacement. And our colleague, the ambassador of Colombia, just mentioned the challenges associated to healthcare systems having to cope with large influx of displaced individuals, emergencies like cholera, and it's only accelerating. And as of just this summer of 2024, there are a total of 43 graded health emergencies around the globe, including 81 affected countries. And we need to consider that every humanitarian crisis is also a health crisis, with, as you can see in the map here, the different health emergencies that are currently occurring around the globe, and that the World Health Organization, together with partners around the globe, are working on to try to stop, mitigate, and prevent as rapidly as possible around the globe. Now, just to make sure you are all paying attention in the room, can I have a raise of hands, those of you that remember the COVID-19 pandemic? All right, everyone is still with me. So, over the past few years, the COVID-19 pandemic expanded and affected all countries around the globe. And we have now estimated that there were over 28 million individuals associated to excess mortality associated to COVID-19. Over 28 million. And that was just one pathogen. What will be the estimated cumulative number of cases of disease X, the next epidemic, the next pandemic, the next large health threat? That's what we are currently working on to try to reduce. We don't want this to happen again, and we're currently doing our best, working with colleagues from all over the world, working with countries like Germany, countries in the Americas, including Colombia and Cuba, and we want to reduce the impact of any future pandemic. And this is because the impact goes way beyond the mortality associated to these infectious diseases. It has an impact also in the economic level of all member states around the globe. As you can see here, these are the estimates of the economic losses associated to the COVID-19 pandemic, with a loss of growth, an increase in poverty in many countries, as well as huge impact in education all over the globe. An estimated 960 million children from low and middle income countries that missed at least one full year of study. So as many of you in the room, as a researcher, as a scientist, this is heartbreaking. Education is the basis for all development, and this complexity of the impact of infectious diseases is huge. And this is why public health intelligence is so important, and strengthening public health intelligence around the globe, it's urgently needed and essential. Pandemics confront us with radical uncertainty. Pandemics involve uncertainties around pathogen that is affecting and causing this pandemic, uncertainties about the areas affected, the geographical distribution, when, how long, how will this pandemic affect us, as well as the different challenges associated to responding and coping to these emergencies. Is it a real emergency, or it might be an artifact in the way we are reporting new cases? If it's a real emergency, can we contain it rapidly? Are our healthcare facilities coping? Are our hospitals able to respond to the increase of cases needed? And then do we have to put in place public health and social measures like lockdowns or reduction of travel across countries? Can we have a vaccine, variants? The complexity around pandemics is huge, and it's super important to have individuals, experts like you all, researchers all over the globe that are working on different aspects of the detection, response, characterization, analysis, and containment of epidemics and public health emergencies. But now I want to ensure I convince you about the importance of public health intelligence. I want to flag that there are many large epidemics and pandemics that I'm certain many of you have worked on and are quite familiar. As you can see here, from H1N1 in 2019 to the most recent monkeypox emergency, and actually only last Thursday, the World Health Organization, we declared the monkeypox emergency currently spreading in the continent of Africa and a few other countries. It's a public health emergency of international concerns. And maybe a show of hands, have any of you, and I am sure many, work with Zika virus? And given the impact, I see quite a few nods and hands, given the impact in the Latin American region, this was also a very large and concerning pandemic with very important considerations around One Health. But the key message is that beyond the large epidemics and pandemics, as you can see on the right side, there are many other health threats that the World Health Organization is working on every day. There are many other pathogens and health threats such as conflict-affected emergencies, chemical attacks, and others that the World Health is working on. And we work with a One Health approach. It's not just the health of humans, but we are in an interconnected world where animal health, environmental health, and human health come hand in hand, and we need to work to ensure a One Health approach is used to respond to health emergencies. Because within the World Health Organization international health regulations, the key component is to ensure we are strengthening global health security in all member states around the globe. And that's why within the international health regulations, it indicates that the World Health Organization shall collect information regarding events through its surveillance activities and assess their potential to cause international disease spread and possible interference with international traffic. And WHO might take into account reports from other sources other than notifications or consultations and shall assess this reported accordingly to establish epidemiological principles and consult with an attempt to obtain verification from the state party. And this is the core principle that takes us to the performance of the public health intelligence function. And maybe now, can I ask for another raise of hands? How many of you have heard of public health intelligence or epidemic intelligence in the room? I see quite a few hands, and maybe how many of you would like to know more about public health intelligence? Even more hands, fantastic. So this is the World Health Organization public health intelligence process that involves detection of pathogens or threats or health emergencies, verification, risk assessment, reporting, and the action of response. And you can think a pathogen such as COVID how the World Health Organization, together with member states and partners around the globe, went through these stages and these processes to try to lead to an early response and action to prevent further spread and prevent further impact in the population. But the exciting thing is that we are now seeing an unprecedented surge in innovation within surveillance and the epidemic intelligence space. There was an incredible increase in the number of GitHub repositories of COVID-19, and these are online databases curated by communities all over the globe. And there were a huge increase of emerging developments as well associated to this pandemic that have shaken the way we conduct surveillance and public health intelligence. And given this need for more agility, resilience, and collaboration in surveillance in member states all over the globe, we created and work in quite a few pathways to change. So there was a call for action to ensure we responded to emergencies in a much faster and better way. And this is what led the initiation of the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence. And this is where I work, and it's a new center based in Berlin, inaugurated at the end of 2021, that is been operating since the end of 2021 to strengthen pandemic and epidemic intelligence around the globe, working very closely with Germany, working very closely with all countries around the globe, with a global remit to support all countries all around the globe. And given the great collaboration and presence of member states of Latin America here, to highlight, we are working very, very closely with many member states in Latin America, including a memorandum of understanding with Brazil, where both the Ministry of Health and Fiocruz, its National Public Health Institute, are working closely. We have strong ties with Argentina and Paraguay, and also quite some work in Colombia and Mexico. So it's really a pleasure to be here with you to share a bit more about the work that this new center is conducting. So the World Health for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, based in Berlin, was born with a vision of a world where collaborative surveillance empowers countries and communities to minimize the impacts of pandemics and epidemic threats. And our mission is to catalyze transformation in collaborative surveillance across all levels and to serve countries by connecting, innovating, and strengthening capabilities to produce better data, analytics, and decisions. And what does this mean? We want to enhance decision-making through collaborative surveillance. And the One Health approach is essential in here. That's why this One Health Symposium is such an important event for us, because we are trying to ensure systematic strengthening of capacity and collaboration among diverse stakeholders coming from the animal health, environmental health, human health, all sectors working on responding to health emergencies, both within and beyond the health sector, with the ultimate goal of enhancing public health intelligence and improving evidence for decision making. And the journey to where we are here can be shown in the screen from September 2021, with Merkel, together with the General Director of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, inaugurated officially what we have now as a home, and I hope you feel welcome to also join come to visit our center in Kreuzberg in Berlin, to 2024. The journey to date has involved quite a large number of convenings and workshops, quite a large number of building regional partnerships and networks, bringing together expertise, connecting and fostering that capacity for pandemic and epidemic intelligence, as well as building institutional partnerships and memorandum. And that's where, as colleagues just mentioned, the political decision-making power, it's enormous in the area of health emergencies. And we need to work together. We, scientists and researchers, we cannot work on our own, do the research and experiments. We need to ensure we communicate and involve the decision makers and the political power for the benefit of the population. And that's what we are trying to do. And that's what, over the past few years, have been working on. And for our German colleagues here in the room, also to flag that we are embedded within the German global health ecosystems and facilitated a few opportunities like implementation of some projects around the globe with some of our partners here in Germany, like the Robert Koch Institute or Charité. Also, we have utilized the momentum associated to the G7 to seek collaborative surveillance implementation, as well as strong engagements around the World Health Summit taking place in Berlin every October. So this takes me to give you a quick snapshot of some of the different areas of work that we are engaged with. And this is just to give you an idea of the different areas of activities, from considering the connection, the innovation and strengthening, from networks around international pathogen surveillance, and I know a few colleagues here in the room are working in genomics and research associated to sequencing, so this could be something of interest, to activities around artificial intelligence and how can it be used for the benefit of public health intelligence. And over the next 10 minutes, I will just dive a bit deeper into the following 3 initiatives hosted at the WHO Pandemic Hub. So, starting with our work, strengthening public health intelligence competencies on the right, we will then move to the one at the top, epidemic intelligence from open sources, to then conclude with some of our collaborations with German partners here in the Robert Koch Institute. And for those of you that wanted to know more about public health intelligence, as you can see here, public health intelligence is the core public health function that is responsible for analyzing, interpreting, synthesizing, collecting, and generating a wide range of information for actionable insights, and disseminating this for informed and effective decision-making to protect and improve the health of the population. And collaborative surveillance is the systematic strengthening of capacity and collaboration among diverse stakeholders, with the ultimate goal of enhancing public health intelligence and improving decision-making. With that in mind, we are working on strengthening public health intelligence competencies because over the past few years, it was highlighted that all over the globe, there was an urgent need to strengthen public health capacity with a One Health approach in member states around the globe to ensure they were able to cope and member states could respond to health emergencies like COVID, cholera, monkeypox, and many more. There was also a need to standardize those public health intelligence competencies to ensure all member states could have the same level and understanding and process to respond to such health emergencies, as well as ensuring there are ways in which capacity can be scaled up during pandemic response. When COVID-19 arrived, there were very few experts in all member states around the globe able to work and to be ready to respond. And there was a need to ensure rapid scaled up of contact tracers, medical health experts could work on their response. So with that in mind, we are working on a collaborative project to address this gap, designing standards for public health intelligence capacity building around the globe. And just to give you a snapshot, we have been working with all the regions around the globe and member states across all the regions around the globe to define what are the public health intelligence competencies required for the different profiles of expertise that are required around the globe. And we have built a public health intelligence curriculum and are working with partners to start delivering that curriculum in a few member states around the globe. And one of the partners we're working closely with in this is the German Robert Koch Institute, which is the National Public Health Institute here. The ultimate goal is to strengthen capacity for a unified all hazards One Health approach to early detection, verification, assessment, and communication of public health threats, and develop and maintain relevant competency frameworks and curriculum and training materials to support capacities around the globe. The next initiative I want to talk to you about is the Epidemic Intelligence of Open Sources initiative. This initiative focuses on innovating and integrating open source public health intelligence through community and technology. We aim for quality and timely detection, quality verification and analysis, and assessment and communication. And that's why the initiative is based in 3 pillars. On the one side, technology, a state-of-the-art web-based system that uses complex algorithms, artificial intelligence, text mining to accelerate the public health intelligence function. On the other side, collaboration, and at the center of the initiative, the community. With a vision in which a world where health threats are identified and responded to so early and rapidly that they have zero impact on our lives. And I am certain that's the vision of many of you here in the room working in this area. So I will try now to play this video, and let's see if this works. But this video just shows an example of how the technology within this initiative works. As I mentioned, it's state-of-the-art technology that every day thousands of public health experts and epidemiologists around the globe use to identify early signals or early information about different health topics that are of interest and need to be assessed and verified and potentially responded to. So as you can see here, the EIOS system is adaptable and can be configured based on the needs of each of the member states that are using it, and for the required time filters of interest and for the required topics and the required areas. So there you can see an example in which through the EIOS system, access to information through multiple articles, social media, newspapers, and reports published all over the globe can be accelerated and facilitated. Moving on to the community, the EIOS initiative has currently been adopted by over 96 member states all over the globe and 26 networks and organizations. And those networks include organizations like UNICEF, the WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health, and many others. As you can see here, quite a number of representatives and member states from which we have representatives in the room have already adopted the initiative. And this is a bit small, but displays all the different member states and organizations that have joined the initiative since its inception in 2017. With the inauguration of the WHO Hub in Berlin, this expansion was accelerated. And to highlight that this initiative is supported by what we called the Global EIOS Trainers Team. And this is composed by over 80 experts, epidemiologists and public health experts from member states across all regions in the world that are supporting and contributing to the expansion and implementation of this initiative by being champions and conducting trainings and supporting all over the globe. And this is also just a quick snapshot to give you an idea of the impact of this initiative. It shows how over the past few years we have conducted a total of 236 EIOS workshops, and these are typically 3-day-long workshops, trainings for anything between 20 to 40 experts in member states all over the globe. And you can see here the examples and a few of the member states where those have been conducted. And just the last of the initiatives I wanted to mention, and also for the interest of our German colleagues here in the room, one of our foundational partners is the German Robert Koch Institute. And with this institute, we have established a very close collaboration across 4 different areas. So those 4 areas include work on public health intelligence, and these activities that we are conducting include piloting public health intelligence activities and capacity building programs in a number of member states. We are starting with Egypt in a few weeks, in September, and also Lebanon and Jordan, for example, over the next few months. We are also working very closely on integrated genomics and surveillance. Also working very closely on antimicrobial surveillance, and in a fellowship program that enables experts from low and middle income countries around the globe to come to Berlin and work in WHO and the Robert Koch Institute for a 6-month period. With this, I just wanted to take you quickly through the journey of strengthening public health intelligence, to say that I represent this WHO center, a new center that is always very keen and welcoming to work with countries around the globe and to ensure we support and strengthen the way pandemic and epidemic intelligence is conducted. So, muchas gracias and thank you.
Thank you very much, Raquel, for this very nice presentation. Please bear with us if we can only allow one quick question due to matter of time. I know that there will be lots of them. So we have already one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The quality and accuracy of data and timeliness of reporting is the key for such epidemiological intelligence. Given that the landscape and the ecosystem are quite different in different countries, as you have clearly shown, and you are trying to raise and strengthen these capacities in these places. At your educated guess, what do you expect in terms of when you can achieve this holistic outcome? Provided, what are your clear indicators of success? And why not WHO Epidemiological Hub collaborate with 4 global centers where we could see Vietnam, India, and Cuba and other hotspots, which are completely non-member states, where we are working there on all the different aspects from emerging infectious diseases to antimicrobial resistance and so on and so forth. Why not you could collaborate with us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll be very happy to discuss further to understand how better we can collaborate, because indeed we are collaborating with quite a number of different organizations and institutions beyond member states to try to achieve this common mission. And I think what you highlighted is really important. Data quality and that standardization and data collection, it's the basics in which then we can conduct analysis and interpretation and modeling and be able to respond. And it's definitely an area where there is huge heterogeneity among countries all over the globe. And we are trying to work and ensure we support all member states around the globe, given we're only as strong as our weakest link. And we need to support and strengthen capacity as much as possible across the countries. So quite a number of initiatives are trying to work on those areas. Some focus on specific surveillance for some pathogens, others focus on surveillance for any new threat that might exist through things like wastewater surveillance, things like improve laboratory capacity, improve access to clinical services in some populations. So there is quite some diversity of activities there. And in terms of the indicators, some of the key indicators that are used for public health intelligence is the timeliness and the sensitivity of the surveillance systems that are currently in place. And when those are not high enough, that's where any strengthening of the capacity is urgently required. So thank you, and we'll be very happy to continue discussing. And I'm also aware there might not be more time for questions, but I will be here all day, so if anyone else has any questions, comments, or just wants to share anything, any of the work you are doing, please find me. Thank you very much.
So let's continue with the second presenter, Professor Axel Brackhage, as he has already introduced himself. I don't need to be that long, so we will hear a talk from him about the pathogenic fungi, underestimated pathogens. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Ja, genau. Super. Okay, yeah. Sorry for the second appearance of myself, but now I will speak about science, and I would like to give a global perspective, but also speak about science and research for my lab. So it will also go a bit more in detail for the experts here, maybe on natural products, but also on immunology, infection biology. Okay, I'm going to start pathogenic fungi. Before we do, just to remind you, how many fungal species exist? Where do they live? We know so far about 150,000, 200,000, so roughly. Where do they exist? They exist everywhere. So you find them everywhere. Also in the room, of course, plant rhizosphere, leaves and stems, lichens in the air, spores. Now we inhale with every breath we inhale spores, of course. And most often they don't harm us, but sometimes they do. I will show you. So you find them in soil, fresh water, and so on. And however, it is estimated that we have far more, and most of them have not been discovered yet. And there is really relevant estimations now between 3 and 5 million fungal species. So there's a treasure of biodiversity and a treasure of really interesting chemistry, which we haven't lifted yet. Oh, oops, this was just the wrong. Okay. Why didn't it work? So and just I would like to remind you, very trivial from schools or as students, fungi are essential for all ecosystems. They are degraders, they can do a lot, they can degrade lignin. Without that, the world would be full of lignin from trees. So they have really a special metabolism, and they are essential for all of us. And I just would like to remind you, because I speak because of the IPB, I'm not working on that, but in the IPB you find experts on that, symbiotic fungi. So remember, mycorrhiza fungi, they live at the roots of plants. 80% of all land plants depend on mycorrhiza, and they produce the oxygen we are breathing, okay? Without mycorrhiza, no oxygen, no oxygenic world. Although I'm a microbiologist, I would not agree entirely, but mostly. Okay, so lichens, the first colonizers of really harsh habitats, a symbiosis between fungi and algae or bacteria, cyanobacteria, okay? So very important also. Now, and then of course in biotechnology there's many products. I just give you some examples, which is of course bread, wine, beer, ethanol, vaccines, for instance, produced of course in yeast, because it's very cost effective, and a lot of enzymes also when you think about yogurt and so on, most of that is produced in fungi. But now I would come like first on plant pathogenic fungi, and they are really a threat of the world, of all of us. So when you think about plant health in number, again, sorry to the IPB, I'm not really working on that, but of course it's very important, and you have been working on that. Plants provide 80% of our food and 90% of the oxygen in the air. So we come back to the symbiosis with mycorrhiza, essential. And the loss of these plants by harmful organisms like fungi is about 40% of the worldwide harvest, 40%. I wasn't aware when I looked up these data that it's so much. And the trading losses is about $1 billion, and this is data from 2008. And what we have to do in the future to 2050, we have to increase the agricultural production by 60%. So I don't know how that can work, because we need that for the growth of the population, of course. Okay, it's a big problem. And of course, again, not only pathogenic fungi, we have a negative influence by climate change of growth of plants. And when you think about the most important food crops worldwide, there's only 5. I've learned that. I'm a microbiologist, biochemist. That is potato, which you can see here. This is wheat, rice, this is maize, and this is sugar cane. The 5 most important ones, okay? And when you think about now pathogenic fungi, they all infect these plants, okay? And what you also can see with recent data, that the disease alerts due to these organisms, which of course have adapted to these plants, have increased the disease alerts in the last years dramatically. You can see that in plant infecting fungi, disease alert means you have really big infections, but also in particular infections with resistant fungi. And the same is, by the way, true for human pathogenic and animal pathogenic fungi, as we call them here. And one famous example, this is bats here. And the white nose is the white nose bat disease. Most of the bats now die because of a fungus. And this is how it looks like. And this is humans. We have an increase in human pathogenic fungi. And we have on the world more than 8,000 plant pathogenic fungi. Some of you may know them. Magnaporthic ricea is a rice pathogen. Ustilagomydis is maize. Fusarium can infect many different plants, and just to mention a few. And I also would like to remind you what devastating effects such infections can have. We have seen that with Ebola, with viruses, but when you look into the past, we have many examples of epidemics which destroyed societies. And this was true for the very important Phytophthora infestans, which depopulated basically island. And I put for the experts here fungus in abstract because it's a Protoctista, as some of you might know, but of course you can call them also fungi here. And it's the Great Famine from 1845 to 1849. It was the cause of potato blight. So this is the reason why all the Irish people had to move to the US and then became president in the United States, okay? But this is the pure reason. It destroyed society, you know. And the consequences, as I said, 1 million deaths, 12 12% of the Irish population, 2 million immigrants all over the world, in particular the United States. So when we think about fungal infections today, they spoil at least 125 million tons of the top 5 food crops. I mentioned them: rice, wheat, maize, potatoes, and soybeans every year. And the damage caused by these fungi to rice, wheat, and maize alone costs the global agriculture 60 billion a year. If you account in addition the loss of food for people in need, it's far bigger, the damage they cause. And this is what you can see here, the number of fungal diseases and the harvest losses for these 5 major plants we are all living off. And you can see that for sugarcane, it's more than 30 fungal diseases, up to 40% losses. And I was surprised for potatoes, and this is, for instance, with Phytophthora, what we have seen. You have 100% loss you can have, and it's more than 30 diseases, I can see that. So they are all threatened by pathogenic fungi. And of course, it's always a race between development of new compounds against pathogenic fungi and resistance, as you know. And if we lose this race, we will have a big problem. And then, of course, we have the risk of lower harvest due to climate change, which come in addition and which is always connected. Often when you have climate change, you also have more infections. And this is in particular true for sugarcane, wheat, and rice. We also see that now for potato and maize. Okay, so all major crops affected by climate change spread off in more resistant phytopathogenic fungi and weakening of plants due to drought, higher temperatures, etc. Okay? And I would like also to mention trees, because I said before, mycorrhiza fungi, trees, oxygen, okay, and CO2 storage. And we see that many phytopathogens now have a strong impact on trees. For instance, I don't go to the Latin names, but when you see this ash dieback in Europe, 90% of ash trees in the UK were destroyed by phytopathogenic fungi. Or this Ophiostoma noviulni is a very famous one. It's elm dieback, leads to the extinction of field and mountain elms, or chestnut blight. We have that in Jena, chestnut blight. So if they produce leaves in July, they lose all leaves. It's basically a cancer of these trees caused by a fungus. And you might say, okay, the trees die, who cares? But when you think about the effect of plant pathogenic fungi on CO2 fixation, because they are very important for that, you can see that invasive tree diseases have caused the loss of around 100 million elm trees UK, 3.5 million chestnuts. And when you think about the losses of assimilated carbon dioxide, okay, this adds up to 230 to 580 megatons of carbon dioxide, because the trees are killed by pathogenic fungi, caused by just a handful of fungal diseases. So antifungal strategies against phytopathogenic fungi also contribute to climate protection. Okay, now we come to the other arm, which is human pathogenic fungi. And for the experts here are some immunologists. This is neutrophilic granulocytes, and they produce nets in a minute. You can explode. To see the explosion of the cells, this is in your blood, is the soldiers of our immune system. Here you can see that. Now they throw out the chromatin for the experts here to catch this pathogen. This is Aspergillus fumigatus. Okay. Now, from all the fungi I told you, 5 million or whatever we might have on Earth, about 150 species are pathogenic for humans. So it's not many, okay? And it's about 0.01% of all fungi. This is Candida albicans. It's a commensal with us. And this is what it does. It is an infection of the throat. In particular, it came out as the first diagnosis of AIDS. You know, all the HIV-infected patients, when the immune system was reduced and they got Candida albicans in their throat, you knew now it's AIDS. Now they have a disease. It's very painful. They can't drink anymore and so on. It's not just that it looks like snow and so on. And then it goes invasively and kills patients, of course. And this one was Aspergillus fumigatus. And the major challenges announced by the WHO in infectious diseases, besides others, of course, were infections by human pathogenic fungi and by resistances and lack of antibiotics. And I said that before, we speak about a silent epidemics that is due to the resistance. And I give some very few examples on that. You can find that for all organisms, including plant pathogens, by the way. Okay, silent epidemics. In 2022, the WHO launched a red flag for fungal infections as a global health threat. And there is several groups were defined, and the first one is a critical priority group. I only speak about that because this is the most dangerous fungi we have for a life-threatening infection. This is Cryptococcus neoformans, this is Aspergillus fumigatus, I can come back to that in a minute. This is Candida auris also, and Candida albicans. Candida albicans is a commensal of us. It's in our gut, and we think it might be important for shaping the immune system and our microbiome, but this is another story. But then we also have one which I like very much, it's Fusarium, because Fusarium is interesting because it can infect plants, many different plants, but also humans. Okay, and we see that more and more. Anyway. And I just would like to emphasize a couple of these pathogens, and they all cause life-threatening infections. I'm not speaking about dermatophytes, so the fungi that infect our skin, because this is not life-threatening, although billions of people are infected. We estimate in Germany 10 million people per year get infected with dermatophytes. But of course, they are not life-threatening. You can live with them for 40 years or 50 years or longer. Okay, but first I mentioned the endogenous yeast we have in us, Candida albicans. They live as a yeast cell, and then they can grow out at these hyphae, and then they infect, we call it systemically, the whole body, and of course it's life-threatening. Then we have Aspergillus fumigatus, in particular in Germany. If you have your bioton and you open it, you will inhale them because they live everywhere, and even now we will inhale them, I'm sure. We estimate it's about 1,000 conidia spores per day every human. But in immunocompetent, usually it doesn't make harm, although there's allergies and so on, and farmer's lung, I don't go into the details. But life-threatening is mostly when you are immune suppressed. And they produce these spores, and then infection via the lung, and then systemically. And we have mucorales. It's not very often, just it's very rare. But if you have an infection, it's awful because you cannot treat it. And we got a lot of infections during the COVID-19 pandemics or epidemics in India. Sorry to say that, because they treated the infection also with immunosuppressants. And also what came out is that these fungi somehow can sense sugar. So they like to go from our lung to the blood vessels. And in India and also other countries, also in Germany, we saw it from time to time, they in particular infected diabetes patients that had a higher. And in India there were many untreated, and also in other countries, not only India, and this is why they got the extremely high infection rate, and they are killers, these fungi. So the incidence we have worldwide is 6.5 million life-threatening infections worldwide per year, 6.5. Some of you might say, okay, tuberculosis, we have 10 million. But when you think about the mortality rate, it's about 60%. It's higher than Ebola, just to remind you. So if you have it, the prognosis is not very good. And the reasons are twofold. One is the diagnosis is uncertain, unspecific, often and too late, and the therapy is ineffective. And we lack new chemical structures, we lack treatment. I come back to that in a minute. And what we also saw is co-infections with virus infections. You know, now in COVID-19, we saw a lot of infections with fungi. I think 20% of all ventilated patients in the ICU, intensive care unit, I also saw that in Jena, they were infected with Aspergillus fumigatus. And if you have that, then it's very difficult to treat furthermore. And we also see it with other, like for instance with influenza, it's interesting. There's strong correlations with influenza infections. We have in Jena what we call the National Reference Center for Invasive Fungal Infections. So we diagnose German-wide and also give therapy recommendations. And what you can see, we have an increasing number of infections, we see that, but also this is mirrored by the number of samples we get. This is Germany, this is the different places where we get the samples from different clinics, you know, when they are not sure, they send it to us. And you can see how this increases, I mean, okay. Now, what can we do? And it's very few we can do, because we only have 3 antibiotics. We call it in this area antibiotics, although they're antibiotics. And most of them, Ludger said that already, 70 to 80% of all these very important compounds come from natural products. So they are produced by microorganisms or plants. And in this case, we only have 3. One is called amphotericin B. It has been used for 50 years. But if you use it, most likely you are dialysis patient afterwards because it's so toxic. But of course, it's always to value or to balance death or another disease afterwards. You know, it's very toxic, but still it's effective. We have the azole derivatives that are chemically synthesized, and we have caspofungin. This is echinocandin derivatives. It's a heptapeptide here for the experts. And it's also actually produced by fungi, Aspergillus. And the most important one is voriconazole, okay? And now what we see is worldwide, we see azole resistant, for instance, Aspergillus fumigatus strains. I come back to that. And this is what you can see everywhere except of Middle America. I'm a bit surprised in South America, but I think it's only the question of surveillance. I mean, it's not that it does not exist. Okay? And we have an increase in this resistance to various antifungal substances from Candida and Aspergillus, okay? And here's some really scary data, because there's some hospitals in the UK and the Netherlands. For instance, in the UK, there's hospitals that have they isolate from patients, nearly 30% are resistant against azoles. And if you can't use azoles, there's nothing else you can use. You can only hope about the reconstitution of the immune system, basically. And this is what we call the post-antibiotic area, and we are moving straight on into this area. Sorry to say that. And another one, and then I come back to this, is Candida auris. This is to me a beautiful example. It's a fungus which first occurred as a pathogen in 2009. Okay, and it was isolated in Japan. It's called otomycosis. This is of the ear, an infection in the ear, so of older people. And this is why they called this species from Candida, this is the plate, auris, from ear. And then it turned out it is resistant against several antimycotics, and there's only 4 basically. The fluconazole you can forget, because there's so much resistance now. It was used for its AIDS patients for years and years, and it's hardly any effective anymore. But in particular, voriconazole is important, amphotericin B. And what is important, which is very rare for fungal diseases, transmission from human to human. So if you have it on an ICU, on an intensive care unit, you have basically to close down the ICU and to clean everything and hope that it's gone away. This is what you do with multi-resistant bacteria in ICU units now. Okay, and we think that this has evolved by climate change, because the fungus is around in the world for longer. We know that from samples, by sequencing these samples. But to become pathogen, one important barrier in humans is the temperature, 37 degrees. Most fungi do not grow at 37 degrees. But with the climate change, of course, they have to adapt. Otherwise, there's extinction of these organisms. And this is what we think, at least is an hypothesis, why it just came into us. So we can expect in the future also with new pathogens, not only because we go further into the woods in South America, but also because of climate change. Okay, Sally Davis, I just would like to cite her because she is really a fighter for infectious diseases and against antimicrobial resistance. She was the chief medical officer of the UK. She said antimicrobial resistance is a ticking time bomb, not only for the UK, but also for the world. And later she said, we humans are doing it to ourselves, but it could kill us before climate change does. It is a very important area, and we are under investigating in sorting it out. And the yearly economic damage is huge when you think about it. These are some lines. It shows basically the GDP and what you see then, how it goes down if you have problems with multi-resistant organisms, because people die, can't work, and so on. You have to treat them, you need antibiotics, etc. Okay. And also, I would like to remind you, it's not only to treat infectious diseases that we need all these anti-infective compounds, it's a cornerstone of modern medicine. Without antibiotics, no modern medicine. It's a bit maybe too easy, as I said, we can discuss about it. But think about it. If you have a cancer treatment or hip replacement, in 70% of cases in our hospital, you get antibiotics to prevent secondary infections because you are weakened, all right? And this is true for many, many diseases, in preterm babies or in organ transplantation and so on, complicated surgery, and so you always get antibiotics as a preemptive therapy, we call it, to get rid of all possible pathogens, okay? And so in future, if we can't hold this problem anymore, in future it will be a discussion whether a hip replacement is worthwhile to do, or the danger of infection is too high. Infection by a multi-resistant by a multi-resistant bacterium or fungus, which you can't treat afterwards. Okay, what to do? It's now I told you what is the problem. I would like to emphasize 2 points, because you are dealing with that also in GLACIER, or in GLACIER, sorry, not in French, although it's French written. Understanding host pathogen interactions, and of course to development of novel anti-infective strategies, and we still believe very much on drugs based on natural products, and this is of course also the central message also from the IPB. But I also would like to speak a bit about host pathogen interactions. Of my own research is on Aspergillus fumigatus, this pathogen. And just give you the concept we have in infectious diseases is that we have of course humans and we use animal models. There's 2 conflicting reactions on pathogens, okay? One is, of course, defense. We get always intake, we take in many bacteria and fungi all day, and our immune system, neutrophilic granulocytes, macrophages, they work on that. On the other side, pathogens are pathogens because they can overcome the immune system, otherwise they wouldn't be. Salmonella, I mean, the infection number is 1,000 or so. 1,000 bacteria is nothing, is virtually nothing for a microbiologist. So what they can do is what we call immune evasion, so they can overcome the immune system. And I would like to give you an example we have been doing ourselves in Aspergillus fumigatus. This is this fungus everywhere, living in the soil, living on compost. We inhale these conidia, and they are very small, 2 to 3 micrometers, so that they go deep in the lung. This happens now with all of you, I guess. And what is happening, of course, we have a lot of immune cells reacting on that, macrophages, the innate immune system, basically at the beginning. And now, of course, when you are a bit immune suppressed, what is happening, and this is what we are working on, is called phagocytosis and intracellular processing. This is macrophages of your lung alveolar macrophages. And these are conidia. We labeled them with the GFPs. D is red for the expert, that we can see them, they are red. And what you can see, the macrophages recognize them and then they take them up, and what they should do now is to kill them intracellularly. They eat them. This is why they call macrophages, phages from eating, macro, bigger particles to eat. Okay, and what we found is, that on the surface of these conidia, there is what we call immune evasion proteins, okay? This is conidia, and and we call them stealth protein. What they do when we inhale the conidia, they hide from the recognition by the immune system. And we discovered 2 proteins which are important. ROT1, ROT-A was discovered mainly by Jean-Paul Laget together with us, and CCPA by us. They cover basically the surface, and as long as this is covered, the antigenic structures cannot be recognized by the immune cells. And this way, and I think when you think about it from the evolutionary perspective, it makes sense. Because if you have a hyperreaction in everything you inhale, I think there would be no humans anymore on Earth. So it makes somehow sense. But the advantage for the pathogen is, of course, to survive longer in us. And then I would like to speak about a natural product, which is very easy for the chemists here in the room, sorry. It's this melanine, and the name fumigatus comes from the Latin word fumus, the smoke, because when the spores go into the air, it looks like smoke, and this comes from this melanine. It's a dihydroxynaphthalene melanine, so the unit is dihydroxynaphthalene. And what we found is that this melanine is really important. It inhibits the acidification of phagolysosomes. Some of you might think, oh gosh, it's very specialized now. But this is true for many pathogens, for instance, like tuberculosis. So what is happening is, when you get rid of the melanine, we did genetic mutations there. It's a polyketyl synthase for the expert, by the way. We deleted it, you end up with white spores. And this is the normal way what's happening in your lung. You have a macrophage, it takes up a particle, must be bigger than 300 nanometers. And then they end up in a phagosome, and the phagosome fuses with lysosomes, producing an acidic environment, thereby killing everything what comes in. And this didn't work with asbestos, by the way, because you couldn't kill it, and this is why you get an asbestos lung. Anyway. Now, if you have now melanine, the normal way they have, what is happening is they are taken up after a while, and then they end up in a phagolysosome that is not functional. They prevent the acidification, okay? And so the phagosome cannot kill anymore the spores. And we see that, I would say, nearly with all pathogens. Think about tuberculosis, the same. You can have it 40 years, basically, in your macrophages and granuloma, and when you get immunosuppressed, they come out. Okay, we see that also with Legionella pneumophila, with many, and with all fungi we looked at. And what is happening, this is a macrophage, you see these red things here. This is a conidium, and then after a while you can see how they grow out, and then they kill the macrophage. So they can escape by this melanin. And we found out the mechanism, a bit of science, very detailed now, but maybe, somebody is working on that. Now what we found is, what usually has to happen, we found that the melanin disturbs the formation of flottilene-dependent lipid rafts. Okay, what does it mean? When you look at membranes, a membrane is not just what you see in the textbook, a membrane. The membrane also has certain islands, and we call them lipid rafts, Flöße in German. And these lipid rafts are held together by flottilene proteins like chaperones. And when you have a normal particle in a phagolysosome, this one here, there is a lot of calcium released, and this calcium activates the formation of these lipid rafts. And these lipid rafts are essential for the assembly of the VATPase to pump protons into the lumen, and also for the NADPH oxidase to produce reactive oxygen species in the lumen. Okay? And this is why it's so important. They are basically signaling platforms for receptors, for complexes to be assembled. And when you have melanized conidia, they bind calcium, and the whole signaling cascade is disrupted. The calmodulin is not activated. There's no formation of lipid rafts. You can nicely show that by high-resolution microscopy and everything. We also have double knockouts. And this is the reason why the phagolysosome is not functional. And just one point is, now you might say, okay, this is in macrophages and everything. Is it true for us humans? It's very easy to check. We did that. I don't want to show you the data. But what we all do with diseases now is we look for SNP, single nucleotide polymorphisms. So we look at patients who died of invasive aspergillosis and ask, did they have a mutation or an SNP in the flottilene gene? And the answer is yes, at least the percentage was higher. And this gives us a hint that it might be important for defense against invasive aspergillosis. This is what we do with all diseases, basically, correlation, association between SNPs and of course we also, in that case, we did a lot, we analyzed why this is the case. Now, problem is, I told you there is many pathogens in our cells in these phagosomes. The question is, how can we reach them with drugs? And this is difficult, because we have two membranes, the outer membrane and this phagosomal membrane. And we try to solve that by using nanoparticles. This is polymeric chemistry. We produce them. They are bigger than 300 nanometers. And what we do is, we had an infection of a cell, so the conidia were in these phagosomes, and when we added nanoparticles, they're also taken up by phagocytosis. I told you everything is taken up by phagocytosis. But then what is happening, we were very surprised to see that they fuse, okay? And this is how it looks like in reality. This is a phagosomal membrane in red. These are the two conidia in green. And this thing, this yellow thing here, is a nanoparticle. So what we are doing now, and we are very far, is we prepare now particle conjugates with new antibiotics. And thereby we hope to be able to target intracellular pathogens specifically. This would be also interesting for many other infectious diseases. Last point, I would like to speak briefly about the development of novel anti-infective strategies and drugs based on natural products. And because here the IPB is the center, I just would like to remind you many important drugs derive from nature. And this is, for in some examples, antibiotic penicillin. This is cyclosporine, is an immunosuppressant. Without that is no transplantation medicine. Wouldn't be possible. Now there's some alternatives. But also things like lovastatin, which is a cholesterol-lowering compound. And the problem is of natural product research that microorganisms do not use their full genetic potential to produce these compounds under laboratory conditions. We call that silent gene clusters. If you think about a fungus, this is Aspergillus nidulans. People have been working on that for 70 years. It has 8 chromosomes, and each of these lines is a gene cluster for such a compound. You can easily identify them now bioinformatically because of the central enzymes. And so we have about 68 gene clusters, and we know about 20-25 compounds. The other gene clusters, they are silent, they are not expressed, the genes, right? And so there's a lot of compounds missing alone in this fungus. And so what we developed in others, also at the IPB, is synthetic biology tools for bioprospecting these natural products. And now for the experts, what we did is we selected one of these silent gene clusters, a red one, and then it was chemically a bit more interesting. It was a hybrid polyketide synthase, non-ribosomal peptide synthetase, and luckily it contained a regulatory gene. So, and we reasoned there must be an enzyme, there must be a compound coming out. And what we did is then we took the regulatory gene and we fused it with an inducible promoter, and when we brought it back into this fungus by genetics, and we induced this regulatory gene, all the genes were activated, okay? And then, of course, it was easy. We looked by HPLC, we found new peaks, so new compounds came out. And then we elucidated the structure, this work together, of course, with Christian Hertwig, and we called them aspiridone A and B. And this was the first example in fungi that we could activate silent gene clusters. And this, of course, now is used a lot. And thereby we can get hands-on this hidden treasure of natural products. And at one point I would like to, also for your project in GLACIER, how many natural products can we expect in nature? Nobody knows, of course, but I think it's at least 10 million, only when I look at fungi. The calculation is the following. We have about 1 million fungi, might be 5 million. We have, each fungus has 20 gene clusters. Most of them have, some have not. Yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, for God's sake, they don't have gene clusters, no toxins, okay, so you can eat bread. Then we have crosstalk between gene clusters. I don't go into the details, and a factor of 0.5 accounts for the same cluster in different fungi. So in nature, in particular, hidden also in biodiversity, there's a huge treasure of these new compounds, of compounds we have not discovered yet. Okay. And also, what is the impact of natural products? We said that several times on drug discovery. Why are they so useful to be analyzed, and why are they so useful drugs or basis of drugs? Because, and we know from studies that the hit rate is at least 100 times higher than for chemical libraries. So I always say the example, you take a Sigma catalog, is a famous company for chemicals, you take the 300,000 compounds of Sigma, but you will not find an antibiotic. But the compounds from nature, they are ecological, they have an ecological role, otherwise there would be extinction. So each compound has a receptor. They are biologically validated. If they had no function, they wouldn't be there. And there's a selection pressure in the shared habitats. And the last point, the very last now, is we need urgently novel antibiotics, in particular against fungi, against multi-resistant organisms. And if you think about the planet's deadliest infectious diseases, it's still a lot of HIV/AIDS connected to tuberculosis in most cases. We have a lot of tuberculosis, a lot of other diarrhea, in particular in Africa, and we need new drugs. And we discovered one which we have developed further against tuberculosis as an example. I must say, it's the best molecule we ever had. I don't think you can. And this is called benzotiazinone. You can see the structure here of this compound. It's not that complex for the chemists, and it's easy to synthesize, which is also very good for us. And it is extremely active against tuberculosis, and we call it MDX tuberculosis. This is the tuberculosis which is multi-resistant. We have in Germany, I think now 20 small hospitals again to bring people with multi-tuberculosis into these hospitals, and they are not allowed to leave it anymore. It's a bit like Thomas Mann at Zauberberg. It's not only in East Europe or in South America, it's also in Germany now because of many reasons. And the minimal inhibitory concentration of this compound is extremely high. It's in the range of, I think it's nanogram per mil. It's extremely high. And we patented that. And it's not my work. I'm only involved as a director. It's brilliant scientists who did it. And it was a new mode of action. This is why it was also published in Science. And now we have several derivatives that also hit the same enzyme. It's the arabinane biosynthesis, which fixes the the surface of mycobacteria. And we developed that further together with Michael Hölscher. He's a medical doctor at the University of Munich. He's an expert in tropical disease and clinical studies. And so far, we got it to the clinical phase 2 Okay, so this is really far. 2A is finished, 80 patients. Now we go for 250 patients, and now also in combination with other drugs. And we are we hope that we can solve it. Last point, this multi-drug resistance is a global challenge. It's a societal challenge, but there is no market for this. Okay, it's like the fire brigade. If you develop a new antibiotic, don't use it. And of course, it's not very good for companies. Okay, and this is a huge problem, and this is why we won't get new ones, also not against AIDS and so on. And those they need it most can't pay it. So with this, I would like to finish and thank you again for the invitation, and I think I made clear that natural products are the basis of everything. Thank you very much. This is my group.
Thank you very much, Professor. Is there one question from your end? Yes, please, a quick one.
Thank you very much for your very nice talk. Based on these strategies that you mentioned that are the main topic of how to deal with these problems of antifungal, do you know if there is any, like, obviously in a combination of these efforts, somehow that the elicitor to produce new molecules or new compounds can be also the co-cultivation, and this oriented with some other metabolomics or genomics analysis? There is, in your knowledge, any institution doing this kind of work in parallel to can?
Yes, I think there's many, I would say, innovative approaches now based also on all the genomics analysis, metabolomics analysis we have. And I envision that in the future you will treat infectious diseases, irrespective whether it's plants or whether it's humans, with two drugs basically. One will reconstitute the microbiome. You know, there's really, I didn't speak about this, beautiful examples by reconstitution of the microbiome in the rhizosphere. You can make plant more resistant against the infection by certain fungi, and the same is true for humans in our gut. So I see in the future we will have therapeutic microbes, but also compounds that do that as mediators. And the second is, of course, you still will need really drugs that kill these organisms. Because if you have a patient in the ICU, 42 degrees fever, you cannot say, okay, let's see what do we do. It's ours then that counts. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Professor Rivera, and he is a principal investigator, full-time professor and director of Laboratory of Synthetic and Biomolecular Chemistry at the Faculty of Chemistry of the University of Havana. He is an expert on bioactive peptides and natural products, protein bioconjugation, and vaccine development. Today he will speak about building molecules that help fight infections. Professor Rivera, the floor is yours.
This one, yeah. Hello everybody, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you for letting me share our cooperation between Cuba and Germany. I will talk mostly about three topics. So I will talk about molecules, of course, how we build molecules. We will talk about vaccines, mostly antibacterial vaccines. So we heard about fungi now, we will hear about viruses after me, and from me you will hear about bacteria. And I will talk about, which is the most important, how the cooperation with Germany has enabled us to develop the technologies to build these molecules. And this is a very nice example that GLACIER now is expanded, okay? So I want to start with reminding one of the GLACIER's goals, that is to accelerate the development of access to antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitic drugs, and preventive vaccines. So this one, probably Cuba was one of the only countries who could contribute in the field of vaccine development, and I will show you how we have used the training that we have acquired over the last decade and how we are cooperating with Germany to improve the technologies that we have in Cuba to have these vaccines, okay? So I want to start with this phrase, with this quote from the Nobel Prize in Medicine 2002, Sidney Brennan. He mentioned that the developments in science depend on technologies, new discoveries, and new ideas. Up to there everybody agrees with that, but then he says that probably in that order, and this makes this quote very controversial, because what we have learned from the science research methodology is that sometimes we discover something new, then we have some ideas, and from that ideas we develop some methods and eventually some technologies. So he puts technologies in the central part of the advancement of science and research. And this is very important because that means that those countries that do not have those technology are in a very bad shape to develop to advance the science. So we have to acquire that technology. And for me, this is one of the most important things of GLACIER, how the Latin American countries can be trained and how can be a process of technology transfer from Germany to Cuba in some important aspects. And those aspects that I'm going to talk are these two specific technologies. We call it technologies, is synthetic chemistry and conjugation chemistry. These are the two technologies that I will refer to and how we have used them to produce antibacterial vaccine or to do research on the development of antibacterial vaccines, not so far on the production, okay? And the new ideas that we brought together with our partners in Germany is the use of a very specific type of chemistry that is called multi-component chemistry. So this is the heart of the cooperation between the IPB in Halle and the University of Havana in Cuba. So how we use this concept, this new idea, to make vaccines and to make molecules in which we can introduce valuable functionalities, but also introduce diversity, combine it with protein chemistry, with sugar chemistry, with those molecules that are important for the development of vaccines. This is the main topic of my talk today, okay? And I want to introduce you some keynotes that we need to understand my talk. What is a vaccine? And in principle, it's a biological product. It has a lot of chemistry behind it, but it's a biological product to be used to induce an immune response. And this immune response should confer protection, okay, against either the infection or the disease. Sometimes we are not protected against the disease, the infection, but yes, against the disease, okay? And then how we see the vaccination process is a training that we do to our immune system. Some people call it that we are fooling our immune system because we are making our body to believe that it's under the attack of a pathogen to elicit an immune response that should remain in memory. And this is an important property of vaccines. Vaccines should be able to elicit an immune response that should remain in memory, because we have to remember the properties and the molecules of those pathogens for a future encounter with the pathogen to be protected against the pathogen. So in principle, it's a very simple way to simplify vaccines. And then two important concepts. Vaccines, when you deal with the vaccines, you talk about antigens and you talk about adjuvants, okay? So this is what an antigen is. It's a part of the pathogen. We will see that the new generation vaccines, they don't use the whole pathogen, but they use only a molecule from the pathogen. Okay, that's why building those molecules is so important. Okay, that is recognized by the immune system. And an adjuvant is an agent, can be an inorganic material like aluminum hydroxide or aluminum phosphate, but most recently are organic molecules which are able to stimulate or to enhance the immune response against a specific pathogen. So these two are the core of a vaccine. The rest are mostly miscellaneous compounds, the formulation and so on, but these two components are what make a vaccine, okay? Antiviral, but also antibacterial vaccine. So this is a little bit of history of the vaccine development. In general, they are grouped in the leaf and non-leaf vaccines, but the first generation were developed by taking either the attenuated pathogen or the inactivated pathogen to make and to immunize people, okay? Later, we the scientists, we learned that we don't have to use the full pathogen, but we can use a molecule for the pathogen. And that molecule can be a protein that we isolate, so we grow the bacterial or the virus pathogen and then we isolate a molecule, or we can express that molecule by recombinant means using biochemical technologies, or we can assemble virus-like particles, or we can extract and assemble the vesicle containing the membrane components of the bacteria and of the outer membrane vesicles in the case. This is a very specific case of the meningococcal vaccines, okay? Cuba dominates all these technologies. These are technologies from the 80s, okay? They are very well established. We dominate them all. And Cuba produces more of the vaccines that we use for our own children in Cuba, okay? So we have the technology for that. This is when we are when we are advancing our research. So there is one type of vaccine that is called a protein polysaccharide conjugate vaccines. In general, they are called conjugate vaccines. And as you see here, they use a specific technology that is the conjugation chemistry to assemble the antigen of those vaccines. So this is a vaccine which antigen contains a polysaccharide chemically conjugated to a carrier proteins. A conjugation is a process in which you create a chemical bond between two huge molecules, okay? Just to be clear on the concept. Cuba does not have all of these 3 vaccines, and we hope that for the second term we can actually introduce the messenger RNA technology in Cuba, and we can work on the construction of the molecules that we could introduce these technologies in Latin America and especially Cuba, okay? But this technology here, we dominated in Cuba, and I would like to highlight how the knowledge and the technology that we learned in Germany are contributed to this advancement in Cuba. But before talking about the antigen, I want to give you only one example about an adjuvant and one example about the antigen production, okay? So this is a plant-based molecule. It's a very, we could say, reluctant molecule, reluctant to any change in the structural scaffold of this molecule. So it's a molecule that contains a sugar and a lipids. These are components, chemical moieties, that typically they don't come together, but they come together from nature, okay? It's a molecule that is a very potent immunostimulant because it's able to activate one specific T cells that are called natural killer T cells. So these are cells which kills other cells, okay? And you imagine the importance of that for our immune system, okay? But this molecule is very reluctant to change, as many of them, unless this change is coming from nature. And we heard, of course, how nature is able to produce natural compounds. Nature uses evolution to produce natural products which have a very potent biological activity, which sometimes is not the same biological activity that we use for our human development, for our human purpose, okay? And then we wonder why we use plant-based materials for vaccines. And then you see how the IPV is involved also in GLACIER, how we can understand why we use products, saponins and glycolipids produced by plants to enhance our immune response to a specific pathogens. And we could argue one hour about this, okay? But the importance, I want to highlight the importance of plant-based materials to stimulate and to produce new vaccines, okay? This molecule is called the GLACIER because it has a galactose moiety and a ceramide moiety composed by 2 lipids. This is very important. I want to take you through the journey of how we produce and improve analog of this molecule uses the power and the technology of synthetic chemistry, okay? This is the only position that can be modified by this molecule until we discover something new, okay? But so far, only this position was allowed to be modified by synthetic chemists to do something with this molecule. And then the chemists, to understand what the molecule does, we have to look deeper into the structure and how the structure of this molecule interacts with the receptors, okay? So this is an X-ray of the molecule bound in a ternary complex to the T cell receptor and to the receptor that is found in the antigen-presenting cells that is called CD1. So as you see, the 2 lipid tails are inserted in a hydrophobic pocket of this molecule, and then the sugar is interacting with the invariant natural killer T cell receptors, okay? So this is a ternary complex in which the molecule that we want to modify is embedded into the 2 huge macromolecular structure. So there is a little space to modify that molecule. This is the reason for that. And when we take a closer look to the structure, you see that the hydroxyl group here, this hydroxyl group, is the only moiety that is a little bit far away from the complex, okay? It's the only functional group that is not directly involved in the interaction between these 2 proteins. That's why several groups have used the modification of this functional group to produce conjugates to peptide, to antimalarial peptides, to anti-cancer tumor-associated antigens, and to pneumococcal polysaccharides to produce immunogenic galactosylceramide conjugates which are able to improve the immune response of the antigen that we are conjugating to the molecule, okay? We found something else. By looking very close to the structure, we found that this amide moiety here was also possible to be modified because it was not interacting very closely to the T-cell receptor or to the receptor of the antigen presenting cells. So we look very well at the structure, and then we envisioned that we could use this amide to introduce a functionality that was serving the purpose of modifying this molecule for developing vaccines, okay? Because this, as I mentioned before, is an adjuvant with a very nice properties, okay? So this is what we did. And the question is where to modify a molecule, but also how to modify a molecule. And this is what we want to highlight here. So we use a technology, not a technology, but the concept that is part of the chemical synthesis technology that we learned here in Germany, and is the use of multi-component reaction to assemble molecules in a very fast and efficient way, okay? This is the normal way in which the chemist we assemble molecules. So we take molecule A and we convert it to molecule B and then to C, and then we make a long process of synthetic chemistry with several synthetic steps in which the final yield is dropping in every synthetic operation, okay? So we learned here in Germany at the IPB with Professor Ludwig Johann that we could do that in another way. We could use a type of reaction that is called multi-component reaction, in which we mix up everything together and then we get a molecule, okay, with a lot of molecular complexity. That is a molecule that incorporates structural moieties from all the different structures. It's a very complex type of reaction. I will not highlight so much about it, but this is a concept that how we use a multi-component approach to assemble molecules. And this is one example in how we can build the same molecule using less synthetic operations, okay? This is what we did with the galactosylceramide. So we envisioned that this amide bond could be modified with a certain functional groups that introduce diversity into this molecule by using this reaction. Take a look that this is the condensation between a carboxylic acid and a primary amine. These two functional groups participate in the reaction. For those which are not chemists here, I just want to highlight that the structural moiety that we are forming here introduces a new process, a new moiety for the diversification of that molecule. And we can do that in only one synthetic operation. When we are transferring technology to Cuba, we have to ensure that we are transferring something that is doable in our conditions. We don't have the labs that you have here in Germany. We cannot do this reaction at minus 80 degrees with a very complicated setup. So we have to do simple synthetic reactions that are useful for us, okay? And this is what we did in this paper that I invite you to read. So we diversify a new galactosylceramide hotspot, because we introduce here different functional group at this position and at this position, which allow us to build a library of more than 50 compounds to make a biological screening, the immunological screening of this compound. This was done at the IPB with a group of Professor Bernard Westermann and in cooperation with Johann. So we built the molecules using the concept of multi-component chemistry. We did the biological evaluation, the evaluation of the immunostimulant activity at the Helmholtz Center for Infection Research, and then we projected a strategy to do conjugation to bacterial polysaccharides antigen at the Finlay Institute of Vaccines. So 4 different institutions. These are students from the University of Havana coming here to the IPB to learn how to do the synthesis of these complex molecules, then doing the immunological evaluation in another German center in Braunschweig, and then transferring this technology to a biotech institution in Cuba to be able to develop a new technique. This is a strategy that we projected. And the most important is that we were able to find new properties, not only in the classical parenteral vaccines that we get injection in our arms, but also mucosal vaccines. Some people believe that mucosal vaccines are the future and the actual impact that they will have in a variety of pathogens that are colonize and they enter, the way of entering our body is by our throat and our nose, and so far the mucosal vaccines are very important. I think I don't have too much time to understand this one, but in cooperation with a group of Dr. Davaria at the IPB, we studied how was the way of interacting of these molecules with the receptor. So we studied what was the binding energy of these molecules with the two receptors. Remember, that is a ternary complex between the molecule in the middle and the two receptors from the natural killer T cells and from the antigen-presenting cells. I want you to take a look to this picture in which we were able to prove the superimposition of the natural molecule with the synthetic molecule. And the synthetic molecule, then we can introduce this tether here, this additional functionality, which allows us to conjugate that molecules to other molecules, okay? And I will talk a little bit about that, but this is the power how we use synthetic chemistry, computational chemistry, and immunology to bring a new adjuvant family into the science, okay? This is a biological evaluation. This is too specific, but you have to believe me the importance of eliciting a very specific antibody response. This is the antigen, a model antigen that is called OVA, that many people use to prove the concept of your adjuvants. And this is the OVA without any adjuvant. You will see that how all of our compounds elicited better and improve immunostimulant activity, even compared to the most potent compound in the market. This is the most potent compound in the market, was developed by the group of Carlos Guzman in Braunschweig. He will talk on Thursday about adjuvants activity and so on. So take a look that in the intramuscular administration, that is a typical type of vaccinating people, our compounds, some of our compounds were statistically different and higher than the activity of the most potent compound of the market. But the most important was found here, how we were able to find a very powerful immune stimulation effect in the intranasal administration that was significantly higher than the golden standard of these adjuvant family molecules in the world, okay? And this was a very important result, how using the power of the synthetic chemistry, using the concept of multi-component reaction, we were able to diversify on a specific hotspot, and how the cooperation with the group of Professor Westermann, Carlos Guzman, and in the future with the Finland Institute will allow us to bring into the market perhaps one of these adjuvants, okay? And now I want to talk about the antigens, and I will talk about bacterial antigens, of course. Okay, so let me introduce to these massive killers of children. These beauties are Neisseria meningitidis, Haemophilus influenza type B, and Streptococcus pneumoniae. Collectively, this bacteria kills millions of children in the world. Not in Europe, we know, but in Africa, in Latin America, in South Asia, these are massive killers of children, because we have these bacteria colonize our nasopharyngeal, and then we, the adult, when we kiss our children, we transmit the bacteria, and then if they are not immunized by vaccination, then they get the disease, and they can get meningitis, pneumonia, sepsis, otitis, a variety of diseases, most of them deadly diseases, what children under the 2 years can get when they are colonized by these bacteria. So Cuba has made a tremendous effort over the last 20 years to produce these vaccines, because these vaccines are stupidly expensive. We have no idea how expensive they are. On the recent years, the HWO have made efforts to decrease the prices of them, and because of the contribution of India and China and other countries, but I have to say that the Americans and the European companies, they sell this vaccine at prices that you cannot imagine. It's impossible for the poor countries without the support of Gavi or the HWO to purchase these vaccines. So I want to highlight here some of the properties of them and how Cuba does not have this pathogen. So we have been working, well, I talk about Cuba, we have been working on the development of a Streptococcus pneumonia vaccine, and Dagmar will talk on Thursday about that. I will not talk about too much about the vaccine, but about the technology to produce the vaccine. This is one example of how Cuba in the 80s was able to produce an outer membrane vesicle vaccines against the serotype B and C of this bacteria here, Neisseria meningitidis, and how an outbreak that we have of meningitis in the 40s was fully controlled by the locally developed vaccines. So this was the first proof that the biotech technology in our country was able to give a response, an effective response to an outbreak. And that vaccine was developed within a period of 2-3 years. We were able to develop and to provide our children with a mass vaccination campaign that was a vaccine also that was licensed in several Latin American countries, was able to control outbreaks in Brazil and so on. But this vaccine did not use too much of a chemical technology that we are referring here to, that is the conjugation chemistry technology, okay? But the Streptococcus pneumonia pathogen here, like many others, also like Neisseria meningitidis, they are what we call encapsulated bacteria. When you take a look to the bacteria, you see that the bacteria have this, what we call capsular polysaccharides. So these are polysaccharide molecules which surround the bacteria, and they are the main antigen that our immune system recognizes when we are suffering the attack of these pathogens, okay? The first antigen, and that's why but scientists realized that by isolating this antigen, these polysaccharide antigens, we could immunize children, we could immunize people and get a potent immune response, okay? That works for adults, but not for children, and I will explain you why. So these capsular polysaccharides, they are called T-cell independent antigens. You don't know what is the meaning of that, but I want to tell you that the solution for that is a chemical technology that is the conjugation of the polysaccharide to a carrier protein, okay? And I will tell you why. This is the reason. I will spend 30 seconds here. So our immune cells, the B cells, they see the polysaccharides and they elicit a response that is not of high affinity, and the most important, does not produce memory. I told you in the third slide that immune memory was very important because we have to remember the pathogen that we are suffering the attack, and the vaccination has to elicit an immune memory, okay? By conjugation of this polysaccharide to a carrier protein, there is a mechanism, immunological mechanism that is very complex and includes the help of the T cells to the B cells, but the outcome of this is that there is a process called affinity modulation. Then the immune response is better in quality, and the most important, we have long-lived antibody, and we have immune cells in our memory which are able to produce antibodies 10 years after we were vaccinated, and this is key for the success of the vaccination, okay? If we get vaccinated now in 10 years, and we are children, and we are a child, in 10 years we have to be protected against the attack of this bacteria again. So this is a very complex process, but the solution for this is the chemical conjugation of the carrier protein to a polysaccharide. And Cuba, the University of Havana specifically, contributed to the development of the first in-class synthetic conjugate vaccine in the world. This is the only paper in Science that the University of Havana has. It's a paper in which the chemist team led by Vicente Bencomo developed the total synthesis of the capsular polysaccharide from the bacteria in a way that we don't have to grow the bacteria, but we do it all by chemical synthesis, okay? This cannot be done for a pneumococcal vaccine. I will explain you later why. But this was a second proof after the meningococcal vaccine that Cuba had the tools to develop vaccines by chemical synthesis and by conjugation, okay? So, as you imagine, we want to apply our adjuvants, okay, because we were able to functionalize and to introduce a reactive moiety here to conjugate it to this one. But I have no time to link the adjuvant chemistry that we developed with the vaccine chemistry, because I want to show you more about how we use the multi-component reaction chemistry to develop vaccine candidates, okay? So this is the vaccine that Dagmar will talk on Thursday. It's called ChemiBio. This is called ChemiHip. You see the importance of chemistry, because chemistry in Spanish is química, and that's why it takes the name of chemio. And you will see that the problem of Streptococcus pneumoniae, that is a bacteria that has more than 100 serotypes. So while Neisseria meningitidis has 5 serotypes which are pathogenic to humans, this bacteria is a phenomenal bacteria. This is spectacular. This is the mother of all vaccines, the development of this vaccine, because you have to develop a vaccine for the most pathogenic strain, but also for those strains we have a higher incidence. And the incidence in Europe is not the same than in Latin America, it's not the same in Africa, it's not the same in South Asia. Although many of the strains are common, sometimes you have to develop a specific vaccine for your region, because sometimes the vaccine developed by an European company is not the same for you, okay? So there is a challenge associated to that. And every time you include an additional serotype in a concept that we call multivalent vaccine, it's a multivalent because it's a vaccine that is able to elicit an immune response against different bacterial strains, you increase the prices of the vaccine up to $5, okay? This is tremendous. And what is the technology that is used? Take a look to the size of these molecules. So this molecule is like a football stadium, while the molecule that I presented to you before is like this stage. It's not the same to work with a huge molecule that with a small molecules. It requires different analytics. It's a different technology. That's why our training is very important. The training that we receive in a specialized laboratory is very important to transfer that technology to Cuba. Take a look at how the chemists have been able to introduce carbonyl groups in these polysaccharides without affecting the antigenic properties. This is very important. You have to modify the molecule without affecting the capacity to be recognized by our immune system. And then we conjugate this molecule to a tetanus toxoid carrier protein. All this is produced in Cuba. Cuba have the biotech factories to produce this molecule. This is a very efficient conjugation chemistry that we can scale up in reactors and produce millions of vaccines. What is the problem? The challenge is the multivalency of the vaccines. So if we want to do vaccines with a higher coverage of pathogenic strains, we have to increase the amount of conjugation that we do, of purifications, and that increases the prices of the vaccines, okay? And we learned here in chemistry, here in Halle, over the last 20 years, that this reaction also works with peptides and protein. So the reaction that we do with a small molecule of the size of this stage can be also done with proteins of the size of a football stadium. And we have more than 60 papers in cooperation with Ludwig Johann. Our question a few years ago was, can we extend this technology to higher proteins, to protein of higher size, and polysaccharides, because polysaccharide is not a single molecule, it's a molecule of more than 100 kilodaltons, okay? So this is the polysaccharide of one specific strain that we oxidize it and produce this molecule. This is the polysaccharide of a different strain which contains a carboxylic group. If you remember the reaction, carboxylic group, amino group, carbonyl components, and this very nasty component that we call isocyanide. Forget about him now, okay? Also, if the molecule does not have the functional group that we desire, we have the chemical tools to introduce it, okay? This is all chemistry that has been developed in Cuba before our challenge, okay? So we proved, to make the story very fast, we proved that we were able to use the multi-component chemistry concept to conjugate proteins to polysaccharide. And this is a proof of concept in which we prepare the glycoconjugates using the standard technology with the multi-component technology. We prove the immune response of these glycoconjugates, and we demonstrated that the glycoconjugates produced by our technology, but the multi-component reaction method has the same immunogenicity that those produced by all the pharmaceutical vaccines that produce this. They use the reductive amination technology, okay? I will not get into the highlight, you have to believe me. But what is the power of using a multi-component reaction if you are not using different components? So this is one example in which we took a huge polysaccharide, a carrier protein, and two lipids, because if you remember before, there are some specific receptors which mediate some of the immunopotentiating processes in our immune system that they like lipids, they recognize lipids, they are able to induce a cellular response when they recognize lipids. So this is one example. I will not highlight the immune response, in just the power of the chemical technology, how we were able to produce a protein, conjugate it to a polysaccharide, and conjugate it to lipids. But there is always a but. The main problem of these vaccines is if you want to make, for example, a vaccine with 20 serotypes, 20 different bacterial strains, the polysaccharides from 20 different bacterial strains. You have to make 20 conjugation processes, 20 purifications, and so on. And if you increase too much the amount of carrier protein, the immune response is biased against the protein and not against the polysaccharides. And you want to get protection against the bacterial polysaccharides. So the most spectacular thing that we have done, I believe, is that we were able to conjugate 2 different polysaccharides to 1 protein and to produce a multivalent glycoconjugate which is able to protect animals experiment, because we have done also now only with animals experiment, against the protein, against one specific serotype, bacterial serotype, and against the second specific serotype. So this is a trivalent unimolecular glycoconjugate. It's only one molecule which is able to protect you against the attack of 3 different bacterial or bacterial strain, okay? And this is huge because we have done this with huge molecules with more than 100 kilodaltons. So the result is a glycoconjugate that is a huge glycoconjugate which mimics too much what our immune system sees when it is suffering the attack of a pathogen, okay? This immune response, you have to believe me, because I don't have time to enter into details, that the immune response of this multivalent glycoconjugate was very effective against the 2 different bacterial capsular polysaccharides. And then we are doing that with different bacteria. For example, we are producing glycoconjugates of pneumococcal against, to produce a pneumococcal vaccine. This is an example. This is the serotype C of meningococcus, and this is a serotype A. Again, carboxylic acid, carbonyl component, amino components. We produce multivalent glycoconjugates, and perhaps the next generation glycoconjugates, vaccine candidates that we will produce, are those that mix components, bacterial components from different bacteria, in which by using only 1 or 2 or 3 glycoconjugates, we can protect children against different bacterial, not only bacterial strain, but different bacterial types, okay, among the 3 different that I talked to you. With this one, I want to finish because I think I talked too much. I want to thank all the institutions that I have contributed to this, especially the IPB, the Finlay Institute, to GLACIER, because GLACIER is extending the cooperation that we have been taking for the last 10 years, and I insist that we need to extend that cooperation, because we need to transfer more technology from Cuba, from Germany to Latin America, in the frame of messenger RNA vaccines, in the frame of other vaccine technologies that we still don't have. And I want to thank especially also DAAD and Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung, because they have given me personal fellowships for my research in Germany. Thank you for the kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Rivera. Is there a question from the audience? Okay. I'm sure that there will be many more questions coming up, maybe during the break. So thank you very much again. And yeah, let's continue with our last speaker for this session today, Professor Velavan. And Professor Velavan is the group head of molecular genetics of infectious diseases at the Institute of Tropical Medicine at the University of Tübingen. He's also professor of the University of Tübingen, and he's a senior academic counselor at the University of Tübingen. He is the founder and director of the Vietnamese German Center for Medical Research in Vietnam and the coordinator of the PACEUP. Today he will give a presentation about viral hepatitis E, One Health. Professor Velavan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again for being here. You have to bear with me with the interest of time for another 30-35 minutes or so. Thank you, Barbara, she left. Also Ludger for giving us an opportunity to be here in this very good historic room to give this lecture. So although we are working on many different infectious diseases topic, today of course belongs to dengue, including monkeypox, influenza, chikungunya and others. Today I just chose this topic on viral hepatitis E. I would like to know how many of those in the room heard about hepatitis E. All right,
a couple of them. All right, thanks. All right, so let's move into the next slide. So as you may see, there are 5 different hepatitis which has been forecasted here. Hepatitis A, B, C, D, and E. A and E are fecal oral transmission. B, C, and D are through the body fluids. The route of transmission is different, but equally the genome of the virus is also different. The virus D and E are RNA viruses, whereas B and C are DNA viruses. It belongs to the family of Hepiviridae. Recently, the International Committee for Taxonomy of Virology has reclassified hepatitis E virus belonging to the species Pasla hepivirus balayani, named after the discoverer of this virus, which is Mikhail Balyan. So far, the receptor of the virus is not clearly known. Of course, the target cells are the hepatocytes or the liver cells. We have 4 to 8 different genotypes, of which 4 of the viral hepatitis E genotypes are known to infect both humans as well as animals. The very first discovery of the hepatitis E virus took place in 1980s. Mikhail Balyan, who was a Russian scientist who was working in the Institute of Poliomyelitis, was commissioned by the Russian military to move to Afghanistan, where out of 600,000 soldiers, of them 110,000 were having an outbreak of diarrheal disease. And he went down to investigate what has caused this non-Hep A, non-Hep B related disease. What he did was over the period of time, he collected 22 different stool samples from these different patients who are having this infection. And out of this, he took 9 of the pooled extracts of the stool samples, and he mixed it in kefir and he ingested himself. This is the very first human challenge. I would say this as everything was going fine, but by then, by 36th day, he was so unwell that he has to be airlifted in a facility in Kazakhstan. Then he was recovering, but then he started to collect his own stool excretes from day 1 to 28, and then he started to characterize these non-Hep A, Hep B viruses. Then these viral extracts are also being inoculated in cynomolgus monkeys, where then the first discovery of the hepatitis virus took place. At the same time, there was also a hepatitis E virus outbreak which was happening in the Indian Kashmir Valley, which was also happening in the late 1970s, where reported number of deaths of 1,700 has been reported. As I say the milestones, as I've said, the origin of hepatitis E virus is more than 6,000 years ago. The non-A, non-B hepatitis was first identified in the Afghanistan by Mikhail Balyan, followed by the identification of the genotypes 1 and 2 took place. Equally, the characterization of the zoonotic transmission of this virus were also documented in the pigs, followed by a vaccine development which took place in 2007. There were 2 vaccines which was developed, but then there was 1 vaccine which was approved by the Chinese government, which is the Hecolin 239, which I come back to this in a minute. And furthermore, there is no treatment options were in place other than supportive treatment. There is only ribavirin which has been used as a drug of choice. And equally, a lot of outbreaks are also equally happening in low and middle income countries, especially in Sudan, Nigeria, Bangladesh, in Southeast Asia, in many of these countries after monsoonal floods. The reservoirs and transmission. On one hand, as I said, it's a fecal oral route, which means poor hygiene and sanitation, which leads to poor sanitized water intake, which has these viral particles, which are basically the genotypes of viral hepatitis E 1 and 2. which are the fecal-oral route of transmission, whereas the transmission of the virus 3 and 4 are due to the consumption of, like foodborne reservoirs, which includes domestic pigs, shellfishes, wild game animals, and so on and so forth. Equally, there's a risk of transfusion-transmitted viruses through the blood transfusion. And recently, also in 2020, Germany has introduced hepatitis E virus has to be screened before transfusion in transfusion units. If you look at the distribution of the genotypes, as you may see, the 1 and 2 are more predominant in the low and middle income countries, especially in the tropics per se. 3 and 4 are more Western specific or more in Western hemisphere. So 1 and 2 is human mediated, which is endemic, waterborne, and vertically transmitted. Mostly asymptomatic infections, moderately severe, but at times when you have fulminant hepatic failure, a high mortality rate is observed. Especially in pregnant women, up to 30% of case fatality rate has been reported in many of these countries. Whereas 3 and 4, which are zoonotic, foodborne, autochthonous cases, there are also certain regions in Germany, but equally also in France, where there is a high incidence of hepatitis E virus as autochthonous cases. But the distribution of these genotypes is not restricted to 1 to 4. 1 to 4 is circulating between humans and animals. Nevertheless, you have also the other 5, 6, and 7, and 8, which are very predominantly circulating only among specific animals such as the wild boar or the dromedary camels or the Bactrian camels. If you look into the clinical characteristics, it's a self-limiting infection. Most of the cases go unnoticed as asymptomatic. It starts with fever, malaise, fatigue, obviously jaundice, nausea, vomiting, and dark urine and a clay colored stool or a clear indications along with elevated liver enzymes is a clear clue for a differential diagnosis for viral hepatitis E. If you look at the acute cases of viral hepatitis E being reported in Germany in the last 10 years, you see an exponential increase in terms of number of cases. This is of the report which I took from 16th of August 2024. As of 2024, August 16th, we have already reported 7,368 cases. This is also due to the increasing recognition of viral hepatitis in differential diagnosis and including in the blood screening procedures per se. If you compare to the other viral hepatitis, obviously hepatitis B virus is one of the predominant ones. Nevertheless, hepatitis E incidence or reported cases all over Germany is tremendously and exponentially getting higher and higher. These exponential cases has been reported since 2007. The incidence in Germany based on the 2018 report is 417,242 individuals per year. As I said, there are autochthonous HIV infection rate, especially with genotype 3, which is predominant in German region. And there's a lot of seroprevalence of viral hepatitis E in domesticated pigs. The most predominant feature also in the clinical characteristics of the viral hepatitis is patients or mostly aged patients. Patients who are immunosuppressed, patients who are between 45 to 70 have this increased incidence of viral hepatitis and allied morbidities per se. The very first discovery of the viral hepatitis E in a chronic organ transplant recipient was documented in 2008 by Kammer et al. There are approximately 2,000 to 3,000 organ transplantations per year, approximately 3,500 acute HIV infections per year in Germany, but these are the risk populations for the viral hepatitis E. Although these are self-limiting infections, people who are immunosuppressed, people who are having transplant recipients, people who are receiving blood transfusions, dialysis, people who are in pregnant women are at the highest risk of getting viral hepatitis E. Equally, there are also different mutations and host factors and viral factors that are known to be susceptible for influencing the disease outcome. some of these viral particles or the viruses, regions in the gene of the virus, such as the HVR hypervariable region or the open reading frame 1 or the RDRP region, where specific mutations are known to increase the susceptibility to infection, increasing the replication rate, but equally the fitness of the virus per se in immunosuppressed individuals. I will just skip one slide and just go directly into HIV in pregnancy. HIV in pregnancy, as you see, the median case fatality rate, CFR, in maternal case fatality rate is 26%, in fetal it's 33%, in neonatal it's 8% from different studies that has been published thus far. And these are all virus genotypes which are caused by genotype 1 and 2. In terms of diagnosis of viral hepatitis E, obviously it can be diagnosed by serology, but also by molecular methodology. Laboratory detection or biomolecular detection is basically by elevated liver enzymes such as the ALT and ASTs. Equally, you can look at the antibodies of immunoglobulin G and immunoglobulin M in terms of antibody profiles in these patients, but the various tests available at this stage differs in specificity and sensitivity. Obviously, also the gold standards or the molecular detection of the viral hepatitis E using the normal molecular PCR-based method, looking at the HIV viremia, looking at the ORF1 or the ORF2 region in terms of the distribution of the viral genotypes per se. The virus lasts longer in the serum, longer in the fecus than in the serum. It is an enveloped virus in the liver, and it goes and it excretes in the intestine as a non-enveloped viruses. So which means the detection of the virus is more longer in the stool samples. In terms of treatment, there is no any available or recommended treatment in place for the viral hepatitis E. Nevertheless, in terms of vaccine, there is one vaccine which is the HEV239 or the Hecolin 239, which is the viral-like particles which is taken from the genotype 1, which is attenuated with the alum, which is produced by the Innovax company, which is also a sister company of the Vantai Diagnostics. This is based on the ORF2 protein, and the good thing is it has a 99% of vaccine efficacy. And despite all this good thing, before being rolled out, the WHO needs data in terms of epidemiological data, in terms of incidences of these viral hepatitis E in this high-risk population, in general population, equally in low and middle income countries where there is continuous monsoonal rainfalls followed by floods, followed by different outbreaks that are causing in these countries. I just move directly into some of the studies what we have done in Vietnam. So Vietnam is a country in Southeast Asia with a population of approximately around 100 million as we speak today. The median age is 32.8 years. The bad thing in Vietnam, what we see is we have a high incidence of viral hepatitis B. Although there is a very effective vaccination regimen that has been rolled out for hepatitis B since 2003, individuals who are born before 2003 have been exposed to viral hepatitis B, where we have 15% of viral hepatitis B in the population. We don't see too many of cases in terms of acute hepatitis B. Rather, we see a lot of chronic hepatitis B patients with liver cirrhosis and hepatocellular carcinoma. Since 2020, liver cancer has overtook lung cancer as the top cancer-related deaths in terms of diseases. So what we did is we aimed to investigate in this study, looking at a study cohort of healthy controls, 340 healthy controls and 1,318 cases. It's a case control study, which are stratified basically into acute hepatitis, chronic hepatitis, liver cirrhosis plus hepatocellular carcinoma, where we try to screen for the antibodies for IgG as well as IgM, but equally looking for the viremia in the stool as well as in the serum of the samples. What we know is in the general population, we have 31% of the population has been exposed to the viral hepatitis E, compared to 45% of the patient's population had been exposed to IgG. And in terms of IgM, you see 12% compared to 4% in the general population. Equally, what we observe is many of the isolates from the hepatitis B patients have the genotype 3. Normally it should be genotype 1 and 2, but normally what we see here from the patient population is genotype 3, which is coming from the zoonotic mode or the zoonotic route of transmission. So this particular study, what we could clearly show is a superinfection with a viral hepatitis E clearly show that it aggravates the clinical course of the infection. Equally, the HIV infection independently associates with the liver cirrhosis and severity. Given that we found the viral genotype hepatitis E3 genotype, we try to go into one other study. What we try to look into is we try to investigate all the like individuals who are occupationally exposed, such as pig farmers, abattoirs or slaughterhouse workers, but also the meat vendors, but equally also the pig livers which are sold in the Hanoi metropolitan area. What we could clearly also see is we again see 53% in terms of exposure in this high risk groups or occupationally exposed groups. Also in IgM, in terms of recent exposure, 11% compared to 6%, and 12% of positivity in terms of livers all sold in the Hanoi metropolitan area. Many of these food delicacies in Southeast Asia are taken also as raw food, which also makes a very easy mode of transmission in terms of viral hepatitis E. Now we have looked into this particular study into the livers, but also in the occupationally exposed. Then we moved into another study that we went into Germany. We went for all different supermarkets from Rewe to Lidl to Metzgerei, different Metzgerei. And we collected all the sausages which are sold from these different Metzgerei as well as from different commercial supermarkets. Pork livers, liver sausages, liver pâtés, raw sausages, all these sausages has been screened for viral hepatitis E. And the answer is, fingers crossed, 10% of all the livers which are sold in this market are having HIV RNA. This was a very big public outcall in 2021, which was outspoken in Spiegel, Bild, and all these different journals. 10% are positive for HIV RNA, and all the sausages have liver as a constituent. And these are belonging to genotype 3, 3C, and 3F, which are all homologous to human and wild boar population. And from the barcode of each of those what you buy, you can trace back to the origin of these sausages from Metzgerei or from different supermarkets. Most of the sausages which comes mostly from Poland, Netherlands, Belgium, as well as from Austria. And the red dots indicate the positive samples that we have been picked up from Germany. The fourth study what we did also in Vietnamese pregnant women population is we also try to see if viral hepatitis E being a possible risk in terms of mother to child transmission. Equally looking at 183 women during the third trimester, because during the third trimester they have this hormonal irregulation which also easily allows the viral hepatitis E to replicate. And in this study, we see only 8% of the women were exposed to viral hepatitis E, because women were quite younger, which means they are also equally being vaccinated by hepatitis B, but also by different exposures. They are also not in this different age group, but none of them have any clear associations in terms of risk of HIV infection being transmitted from the mother to child, nor there is a fatal outcome, nor there is an association in terms of low birth weight babies or any stillbirth per se, which is a good result per se. Then we went into the study 5, which is a recently published study last month, characterization of zoonotic hepatitis E virus in domestic pigs and wild boar in Vietnam, implications for public health. This is funded through the DAAD. And here again we looked only in the northern Vietnam. Now we went into the southern Vietnam, directly looking into the pig farmers or in the population of the pig farms. They are also raising these wild boars along with the domesticated pigs. So what we did was we collected the rectal swabs and the stool samples as well as the liver samples from the different regions from central Vietnam but also from southern Vietnam. Yet again what we could find here is exactly the same 10% in terms of overall positivity rate in central and southern Vietnam. Nevertheless, the southern Vietnam had a highest positivity rate of 20%, and it also comes mostly from the wild boar population per se. And in terms of genotypes, the distribution was 3A, 3F, and 4B. And 4B is a distinct genotype for the wild boar population. And what you could see, distribution between Germany as well as in Vietnam is 3A, 3B, 3F, and 4B, whereas 3C and 3F are predominant in the Western Hemisphere. In light with this, also together with GLACIER and other global centers such as GVAC and CADERA, PACEP has organized a workshop for harmonization and standardizing protocols for viral hepatitis as an 8-week workshop. And this workshop, we have developed as standard operating procedures for all the different methodologies which are in place from all the 4 different centers. Each representative staff scientist or a staff from the center has been involved in developing these SOPs together. And each of them has received their certification, and we are looking forward to move forward in terms of a joint project, possibly during the next funding phase with CADERA, GVAC, PACEP, and GLACIER together, bringing the unity of purpose, looking into viral hepatitis E at these different geographical regions per se. I would also like to ask you to look at the study map of PACEP, studymap.pacep.org, where all our results and publications on different infectious diseases has been portrayed. It can be easily filtered out. It's a user-friendly platform. You can look at either bacteria, viruses, or a parasite. You can also stratify based on your name of the virus. You can also stratify based on your country. So as I see, there's a plentiful of missing information from Central Americas, which might be a possible opportunity that we might expand during the next phase by close cross networking per se. Yeah, with this I would like to conclude the talk by giving you a kind of a food for thought. Hepatitis E is an underestimated burden, but it's still gaining importance. It's a foodborne zoonotic pathogen per se. Direct contact with infected animals, consumption of contaminated animal meat and meat products are potential means of zoonotic transmission. And equally, there are also other species are also increasingly recognized in terms of the viral hepatitis E identification. And the results achieved to date in collaboration with partners in Africa, Asia, and Europe as a One Health concept, we still need a better understanding of HIV epidemiology in terms of understanding their transmission, pathogenesis, and equally to develop tools to prevent and control HIV infections in animals and humans. And there are also 18 unanswered questions which are related to One Health, which are related to the zoonotic infections, which could also equally be answered by many different studies. With this, I would like to leave the floor and take questions from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Velevan. I see one question from Professor.
Okay, hi, Velevan, thank you for your talk. But I was thinking, hepatitis E in Germany is, of course, not so important that everyone will get vaccinated. Apart from that, the vaccine obviously is only available in China. But all meat, especially pork, is controlled. But it's not controlled for hepatitis E, which one could probably easily do. I mean, it's controlled for worms and stuff. So that would probably be the way. or vaccination against especially vulnerable, that probably mean people who have chronic hepatitis D or C or so, or B, they would probably benefit from a vaccine. So why is it not available?
Well, the vaccine is not available because of, I'll just go one slide before. Yeah. So the vaccine is not available because the WHO expert working group needs available epidemiological data. Without that, they cannot roll out these vaccines. They have been licensed in China. Pakistan has given a license. Now there's a very large clinical trial ongoing in Bangladesh in women of childbearing age. More than 100,000 are being vaccinated with a follow-up period of 4.5 years in terms of which of those genotypes that they might get after the vaccination, which is funded from the Swedish Research Council. All we need is data. Without data, nothing can be rolled out. The vaccine company Xiamen Innovax is also one of the collaboration partner with PACEUP. They are ready to provide us with the vaccines, but then we need incidence data. There are outbreaks, clustered outbreaks in Nigeria, Sudan, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, Philippines. There's a lot of hotspots, but then we need, these are outbreaks that are short-lived. It's like Ebola, but then the case fatality rate is much higher rather compared to this in terms of self-limiting exposure and so. Other way to do is, there's also one thing which I put as a question here is also we can also vaccinate the animals instead of the humans, thereby you can reduce the transmission risk. This is one possibility that one can consider, but none, because this study which we done in Germany is also done together with this Institute for Risikobewertung. This is this Federal Institute of Risk Assessment and so. So they are also part of this, but we know that this is a problem, but if the pork is really cooked well up to 70 degrees centigrade, this is okay. If it is really homogenized and if it's undercooked, then you have a higher chances of being infected. So this is the real bottom line per se. But in terms of immunocompromised patients or transplant recipients or dialysis patients or these high risk group patients, the infection rates are quite high, even with irrespective of any given genotype. So that's the thing. I hope I touched your questions, answers. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So with that, I would like to close this session now, but you want to? Okay, please.
Okay, I just would say, because we might run out of time, and I think we will meet 4:15 here in the room again. I think 5 or 10 minutes lesser the coffee break. Okay, the coffee break is up there, and please, what I saw also at the elevator, don't touch the button closing the door. If this is done, I think the emergency will be called, and the elevator is not running. Please think about, just wait, calm, and then until it brings it up. Okay, thank you.
du bist dich also 16:15 Uhr heute mit deiner
Frank, hast du zufällig ein Kabel, USB-Kabel mit dem Stecker? Das ist diese, du weißt schon, diese USB 3 Daten, hast du auch keins, ne? Gibt es hier in der Nähe so einen kleinen Laden irgendwo, wo du denkst, wo man sowas schnell besorgen kann?
Ja, Fotos. Wir machen ein paar Fotos am Anfang und wir machen so ein bisschen allgemeines Foto-TV und dann rekrutieren wir den nach hinten und dann habe ich ja die Spanisch sprechen, dann müssen wir auch nicht dabei sein. Wenn die Fotos gemacht sind, ist das schon gut. Die können beide Deutsch, also der versteht es, der spricht über Deutsch und die fließen in der deutschen Schule. Können wir mal kurz machen, das ist eine Abwechslung.
Silvia, danke dir, dann ist alles geklärt, ne? Ich habe zu danken. Gut, danke. Tschüss. Also ich habe Frau Senegal gesagt, dass wir nicht mehr gehen werden. Das wir das Livestream nicht erlauben. Eine Stunde her, jemand stellt sich die Uhr für den Vortrag und dann heute waren es nicht so kritisch, weil es eher politische Vorträge und das interessiert eigentlich Maschinen. Aber warum müssen wir uns richtig
Also der hat gesagt, es ist eine Lüftungsanlage.
Ja, aber ich spüre gar nichts.
Ja.
Hier geht's ja, ich war am Freitag hier oben und das war schon krass. Hast du den Schlüssel frei?
Ich denke ja.
Okay, ich habe gerade eine Kurse gewesen, die ich schon wieder verwandelt habe.
Kein Problem.
Okay.
So? Ja.
So, beim Gespräch.
Genau.
Beim Gespräch oder offiziell?
Ja, aber noch mal ein bisschen. Einfach ganz locker. More relaxed. Locker. Ein ganz klein bisschen locker. Maybe hier? Sehr schön.
Danke.
Dann,
Ja, ja, ja.
Ja, sehr schön. Ja.
Sie guckt mich ein bisschen und nicht Sie?
Nein. Unterhaltet euch ruhig.
Ja, dann unterhalten wir uns. Ja,
ja, das ist danke.
Danke sehr, das ist sehr nett. Er hat immer Barbara gesagt, ich heiße ja dir, ja? Das ist einfacher. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Ne?
Vielen Dank.
Bis demnächst. Und dann wer soll dafür sorgen, dass ihr beide, egal ob es 5 Euro sind oder nicht, wir haben auch Gelder, wissen Sie? Und ich möchte sehr gerne wissen, dass auch die Gelder von der kolumbianischen Regierung gut investiert sind. Und dass man dazu zusammenkommt. Deshalb ist er und ein paar Leaders von der Scientific Community sind diejenigen, die auch, wenn ich keine Zeit habe, beauftragen, dass man stärker mit Deutschland kooperiert.
Was wir unabhängig davon haben, habe ich ein Breast Cancer Projekt, was ich aktiver, was ich sehr stark in Afrika habe, in Assoziation mit dem und mit HIV ist Afrika, aber gerade bei Nature und so. Und zwar haben wir uns das Mittelmilieu angeguckt von Breast Cancer Patients mit HIV und ohne HIV. Totaler Unterschied. Und wir haben noch die ganzen Dengue und sonst was. Das ist
No, I'm going
yeah,
to,
no, it's okay.
yeah,
No, but
okay.
we are working on breast cancer. You see, I'm also a tumor and we are looking for the tumor microenvironment and understand molecular mechanism of immunity, like the virus. But what we now are doing is linking the pure breast, only breast cancer, because otherwise it's too breast cancer with infectious diseases.
Okay.
And what we did actually, I'm running also, what we did is actually having 400 breast cancer patients with HIV and other without to move, I spoke with Vedana to Hanoi, but I would like also to push it to Korea and to Latin America. And I know a little bit Vladimiro.
Vladimiro from Bucaramanga.
Yeah.
He's we need to connect, remind me, he's excellent.
I have already contacted him.
He's Bucaramanga, La
And then actually, I have a close
read it
collaboration.
from me because I have had not the chance. We started very lot of years ago talking about health infrastructures, and I connected him together with Professor GLACIER.
Everything. And I
remind me your name, Professor.
Celia Baba.
See?
And then from a very close collaborator in Germany, it's Michael Bachmann. He has developed CAR T cells. His daughter married a Colombian. She's a she's married with a microbiologist in Barranquilla. They are living there, or they belong to the husband. And actually, this is also a connection.
You know what we are going to do, because I don't have a lot of time, but there are important persons and things like you connected to the strategy that we have to enhance. I told that to Professor Berghammer. He said, I can't believe that Colombia's ecosystem in science is so weak, with German Colombia, with such a potential. And I said, we need to work together. So next Biodemo meeting at the embassy, I know the reception. I invite Professor Celida, I invite Professor Hebling, and a group of German scientists, and you can bring one other young person that you are willing to connect with our young scientists as well. And then we, for the first time, we make a meeting of the diaspora, scientific diaspora, with the professors here in Germany. It will be maybe in November, December, but we meet together, we have dinner or lunch, and we speak about this. Because these type of things that you're saying and others, we need to make it visible to Colombia, and that you have to invite Vladimir, the people that are working. It's a very fragmented ecosystem, and that's what is not growing. It's fragmented here and atomized as well.
You see, I just got from this Jenny Bachmann, the daughter, I just got a message, you see. I'm really looking forward to work on the project together.
Yeah, no, you can count on me. You saw that I'm a very active person.
I know.
And you look like, that's why I gave you the coffee. You need coffee, I need a lot of coffee as well. But Professor
Many friends at the same time.
No, and women, we need to show as well. I work with men and women, of course, but it is important in Colombia as well that they see women scientists. I'm not a scientist, but my father, for example, he's a chemist, he's a biochemist, he's a doctor. It's important for us to have science-based solutions. And in Colombia, unfortunately, we export our talent as well. He's doing a possible. In Colombia, for him, it wouldn't be impossible to do that. Then in Germany, you have this possibility, but we want as well to grow together to have those possibilities.
If you have a student, if we have some VID money, or just send it to me.
I want more than the money, to me it's important the people, because with right people connecting the right persons, we could make not only, but we could make happiness, which is the problems that we have, that people consuming drugs, because people do not have a clue what to do. Doing science, nobody would, have this problem. And in Colombia, the same. They don't have opportunities. They go to illegal groups, and they don't have it. So we need to get together. And I'm very honored and very pleased to have met you, to see that this is the future. And you and I, we are going now probably in a more calm
But these people, they have inherent, and the Germans as well. We would love to have you, invite you, for example, to live in Colombia 6 months. Why not? I could do it. You could do it, and we would love to have that. I was speaking with the governor of El Valle del Cauca. This is where Cali is. It's the tropics, and we are looking for this type of opportunity because otherwise we will have only poverty, we will have only, and when you live there, you're going to be so happy that you're going to stay forever. That's the only reason. I call you in advance.
I could only say I have to take Michael with me, the photographer. That's my partner.
That's why he's the boss, I told you. He is the boss here.
No, but he's an international photographer.
No, I see that.
He's really international.
But he has never had taken pictures of one of the most beautiful and most biodiverse country in the world, which is my country. Tell your partner that he's invited.
But that's a really critical point, you know, because the right people creates rituals.
Yeah, as Velavan was talking, I was already bringing water, but now you were also. So, you are where?
But you're gonna bring glasses? Because I don't know if these people are gonna count those things.
No, I don't think so. So, where is it? Do you know?
No. maybe session 2. Yeah, that's the one. So how do we? Yeah, great.
Yeah, looks good.
Great. The transmission is not yet started, is it?
Yeah, this welcoming addresses what is interesting in such things. So
No, I mean, is the video running? Is it streaming right now?
I asked my husband in English and he said that the sound and the pictures.
But right now, they are not listening to this, are they?
Das kriegen wir hin, das kriegen wir alles hin, ich bin schon dabei.
Ja, ich wollte nur fragen,
das geht aber erst los, wenn sie ihren Vortrag gemacht hat.
Okay. Und dann muss man das ein bisschen umdrehen, dass die Leute zu sehen sind, oder wie?
Das kriegen wir mit der Kamera.
Ach so.
Die schwenke ich dann.
Okay. So he will move the camera in a way that the speakers are also visible after your talk. Okay. Like this I will bring back.
Das ist royalty-free, buntes Gemisch von allem Möglichen.
nicht schief gehen.
Talk to Teams. I will listen here in the laptop.
Yes, and there will be also some reconfiguration necessary because Esmeralda will give an introductory talk and I can only reconfigure the system afterwards. So we'll have to wait until the until her talk talk is finished, and then we will start the Teams part. Yeah. Yes. Thanks.
Muted anymore?
Okay, so I'm going to ask the questions to the speakers in this one. Yeah. Is that true? Okay. But in the meantime, what should I? Coordination.
We can just do it as we did. You're not going to be here. I will be down here. My colleague is up there. He checks that the sound is okay, that the streaming is okay. We will see everything. It works smoothly. I expect it to work smoothly. Tested yesterday for 5 hours. We are optimistic, yeah? Great. So maybe I can already silence the sound. So, stage is yours. The bosses are missing.
Hello, good afternoon everyone, and good morning to those who are joining from a different time zone.
Thank you all for sharing your time today with us. My name is Esmeralda Osejo Brito, and I am GLACIER's project manager and communications manager from Mexico. So I will be your session moderator for the next couple of hours. This second section of our GLACIER Symposium will be devoted to communication, particularly science communication, and its role in the dissemination of the One Health concept and in the tackling of pandemics. I will start by giving a brief overview of what communication, science, and science communication are, and then I will share with you a brief talk called The Importance of Narratives in Pandemic and Epidemic Outbreak Prevention. Finally, we will end up with a roundtable, an expert roundtable, where we will discuss the differences between Latin America and Germany, and in general Europe, in the communication of the One Health concept. So we hope that this session will spark ideas and foster new links among the participants. And of course, we will have a round of questions and answers towards the end. And we are very much interested in your involvement as an audience with our panelists. So what is communication? The Oxford English Dictionary defines communication as the transmission or exchange of information, knowledge, or ideas by means of speech, writing, mechanical or electronic media. It can be verbal, non-verbal, or written. Simply put, it is the transmission of a message between a sender and a receiver, and it requires a channel. So it is, therefore, intrinsically social. This implies that this exchange is a collision between two or more socio-psychological and even moral configurations of both the sender and the receiver, as well as the socio-political and ecological contexts they are inserted in. This is why an effective communication strategy must understand the context where it is inserted. That means the context of both the sender and receiver, so it can generate an adequate message and convey it in the right tone and through the right channel. So what is science? It is defined as a systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation. But originally, science originated as a branch of philosophy. As a branch of philosophy, and wait a second. It was not until the 19th century that it started to become independent from it. It was only then that the term scientist emerged and replaced that of natural philosopher. So this detachment from the mother of the search for knowledge from philosophy derived in a detachment from the scientist's duty to communicate their findings to the wider public. This relationship was then the responsibility of humanities and not of the sciences. Over the centuries, this created an immense gap between disciplines that communicate, so to speak, such as radio, television, magazines, social media, etc., and what some call the exact science and the basic science. So everything was separated, and basic sciences don't focus on communicating anymore. So that's the role of the humanities, of communicologists, etc. Now, what is science communication? What happened to the dissemination of scientific research results? In the past, people could gather around philosophers and listen to their dissertations. It was a public affair. Maybe they could even participate in the discussion. But what happens when you take science from the public domain and make it a matter of you? Well, we get here today, where most scientific findings, in spite of all science communication efforts, can only be found in specialized journals and even in expert conferences in places like this place today. Even journals are not easy to access. There are not many open access journals. And we all know that publishing in reliable open access journals can cost a lot, so that makes it even more difficult and even more inaccessible. Another big problem is that many still subscribe to the knowledge deficit model, which assumes that the public is deficient in their science knowledge and that experts are needed to enlighten the public with facts. This happens in spite of the fact that this model has been proved outdated, and essentially flawed. As Will Grant puts it, it affords politically problematic privileges to scientific knowledge and leaves scientists ignorant of the needs and knowledges of their audiences, ignorant of the contexts which we spoke about for communication, in which decisions will be made, less likely to be viewed as trustworthy by those audiences, and less likely to do good science. The end result of such an approach is only likely to be a greater distrust between science and society. Of course, there is a great deal of research, work, and training in science communication. We can't deny that. We have journals like the Journal of Science Communication, Public Understanding of Science, very interesting that one, and Science Communication, Linking Theory and Practice. There is the Oxford Journal of Communication, and so on. And there are many, many communication specialists and researchers contributing to the discussion nowadays. However, and this is the central point of my talk today, there is still a missing link between scientists and science communicators. Ironically, and in spite of all these efforts, there is still little communication between both of them, and also between scientists, communication experts, and policymakers. Currently, challenges of accessibility, as well as social, local, and individual attitudes to science, challenge the effectiveness and impact of science communication. Additionally, and this is one of the most important points today, there is little trust among people in many countries, in the science, in the academic world, and in the government. So, I believe the COVID-19 pandemic is a great example of the importance of these missing links and the importance of building them. So now we come to the 21st century, and find that certain narratives spread like fire during times of catastrophe and despair, when people desperately seek to understand, to protect themselves and their loved ones, and look for something to believe in. So the COVID pandemic comes, and with it we see a worldwide rise in vaccine hesitancy. In Mexico, there is an average prevalence of vaccine hesitancy of about 16%, and it seems to increase in regards to the COVID-19 vaccine. For example, in a study, 28% of respondents say they would not let themselves administer the COVID vaccine, and almost 10% say they didn't know or refused to answer. In some studies, the prevalence of vaccine hesitancy in Mexico goes as high as 38%, depending on diverse factors. Just like happened in the US, and I dare to say many other countries, preventive measures such as wearing masks, social distancing, and vaccination status were highly politicized, and for over a year created massive rifts in society among scientists, politicians, families, individuals. Subscribing to one narrative or another brought with it not only medical but social consequences for the individual, including being associated with a certain group of people, a political ideology, a level of intelligence, education, refinement, etc. And it could not have been any different. Following or not following these measures implies an ethical choice. What does that mean? Ethical choices are choices that affect the other. That means that my cough and my decision to cover or not cover my mouth will determine if you spend a day, a week, or a month in bed. So coming back to Mexico, this is a question. Is it lack of scientific knowledge or deeper communication and trust issues between the members of a society? What is the real problem? So for that, I will tell you a personal story. During the peak of the pandemic, in Mexico, we had a noticeable number of people who were determined not to be vaccinated at any cost. My grandma died because of that. They convinced her that she should not get vaccinated in spite of being over 70 years old, obese, diagnosed with COPD, and being dependent on an oxygen tank. Her death certificate says COVID-19. You may wonder what scientific knowledge she had access to. I will tell you that she came from a well-accommodated family. She had been surrounded by intellectual people, scientific people, left-wing activists, well-educated people, people in high positions in Mexico's educational and health system. She herself volunteered in a center for cancer treatment for many years. And other people, including her doctors, tried to convince her to get vaccinated. And she still succumbed to another narrative. So what is really going on here? The point here is not to make judgments on these narratives. The point here is that it all translates into death. So certain narratives, or sets of narratives, directly translate into deaths. Others have the potential to contribute to them. There is no subjectivity to this. If you are severely ill and you don't take the right medicine at the right moment, in the right amount, you will most likely die. So for me, the real issue at stake here is the lack of communication between the government, the sciences, and the wider public, which results in a severe lack of trust between all the parties. In face of this pervasive lack of trust, individuals resort to their closest people in order to receive advice. This is known as a trust fallacy. Sorry, I'm getting lost with these slides. So the trust fallacy is the belief that a source is considered either trustworthy or untrustworthy, and consequently any information from that source must be true or false, respectively. I will illustrate all this problem with the narratives and trusting these narratives from friends and family, etc., in the case of the narratives that were circling in Mexico during the COVID pandemic. So to give you some context, there is the issue with the government. In 2020, the pandemic lowered the president's approval by 7.6%, and the country faced upcoming elections, which also lent the opportunity for political narratives taking advantage of the situation to deliver a variety of messages. As Rafael Levano says, as the current coronavirus pandemic took hold, the Mexican government was torn between saving lives and salvaging its economy, which was already in recession. Consequently, the president dragged his feet, hesitant to enact lockdown measures on the large informal sector, an estimated 60% of the economy, made up of fragile businesses, street vendors, food stands, and open markets. So still, the president refused to consider economic stimulus for the private sector. The government had pressure from the public, others were demanding going back to normal and restarting the economic activities. There were diverse international pressures, and the country was facing an economic and political crisis that was obviously strongly dividing its inhabitants. They also meddled with information, and they couldn't gain the trust of the people. So by 21st of June 2020, Mexico had the 7th highest number of COVID-related deaths in the world, with no end in sight to the crisis. At the same time, due to lockdown measures, there was a drastic increase of online activities, such as online shopping, video calling friends and family, and watching exclusive streaming content. These factors contributed to the society's reliance on social media as a medium to socialize and to acquire information. To provide some context, it is worth mentioning that in Mexico, staying connected on social networks was the most frequent activity, 71%, followed by streaming movies, 67%, and watching videos on platforms, 66%. Additionally, journalists in Mexico are widely known as capable of changing sides and story version according to fluctuating political currents, or they are murdered when trying to speak the truth. So how could anyone know who was telling the truth about the pandemic and the vaccines? In this context, a wide variety of narratives emerged. The lack of trust in both government and academic authorities and the obstacles to accessing reliable scientific knowledge caused people to turn to social media, to alternative radical foreign news sources, and particularly to those they trusted. their friends, family, and family doctors. And they turned to them not for peer-reviewed factual evidence, but for opinions and anecdotes. And those anecdotes were used for life or death decisions. So among all the narratives that we had circulating in the country, you can find all these. Unfounded narratives against particular animal species and against certain groups of people associated with them. Some of those narratives threaten the impact of years of work to protect bat species in Mexico. There are also religious groups with narratives against vaccination. An outstanding narrative was the mark of the beast, where anyone who would get the vaccine would get the mark of the beast and would not be able to carry on doing business or any transactions in society. Then there was a variant of the chip, which was inserted through the vaccine. Some others were supporting the Russian and Chinese vaccine and attacking the rest. There was a population decimation theory, the isolation theory, where it was created to isolate us all, the new normal theory. There were authority sources from unrelated fields giving their opinions on the vaccine, and so many others. So added to these narratives were the facts that these vaccines were actually developed much faster than the standard. There were tragic cases where there were severe side effects, and there was no certainty regarding the virus' origin. So it was very easy to use these facts together with these narratives to create and distort and spread uncertain facts and cause all these people to make decisions based on those narratives. So we must remember that scientists, politicians, communicators, doctors, nurses, religious leaders, all of us are humans with fears, desires, biases, and motivations. During the pandemic, no one knew what to believe, and many were too quick to make predictions and share them with others. And there is the thing, they communicated with the wider public. They moved people to act. And the thing is, we're not here today to contest these theories, and it is not my intention to give arguments against them or in favor of them, but rather to bring to the forefront the existence of a variety of narratives that people were sharing beyond scientific discoveries and papers, and beyond government announcements, and they were used as grounds for life or death decisions. There are other case scenarios where communication has been effective and related to a lowering in deaths related to COVID, such as Finland. As Mary McCarthy and Jana Puhaka say, Finnish doctors attribute their success in dealing with the COVID-19 virus to clear communication, which encouraged people to follow the rules, the relative remoteness of Finland, with the ability to close borders, and to some extent, good luck. But there is an emphasis that their good communications and clear messaging were key to their success. So effective science communication, that is where produced knowledge is widely communicated and accepted, needs to demonstrate an understanding of the receiver's needs and their day-to-day grievances, their narratives. The message needs to connect, to foster empathy, to actually speak to the members of a society. We don't want to just resonate with those who already agree with us. We want to reach the others, establish dialogues, and hear proposals. But how do we do this? There is great need in many scientific areas for the establishment of cooperation links for improved communication in order to be perceived as trustworthy and to be listened to by stakeholders and the wider public. I recently heard someone say at the ULAC Symposium, Collaborating for Global Health, Shared Challenges and Responsibilities, that we must establish good relationships and build bridges in times of peace, that is right now, before the next pandemic strikes. And it's one of the things that have resonated with me the most. This is the moment to build those bridges. Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, has stated that an advanced medical system is not the same thing as a strong public health system. And he also emphasized the importance of investing in communication. What does this mean? Addressing inequalities in the prevention and response to pandemics and infectious outbreaks is not just about having the latest technology and better trained staff, the most advanced research projects. It's also about creating better narratives and building bridges across all sectors of our society. For this reason, I invite you all here today to take direct responsibility for this kind of communication. So, a big problem, and this is the main thing that I want to say, is that we are all working separately. So there are science communicators, but they never look for journals and they never look for scientists to find something to communicate. And scientists are not considering communication when they start their projects. So I think when there is a project that is supposed to directly impact society, that is supposed to affect policy making and to create a different conscience and perception among society, it should take into consideration from the very first phase to include experts in communication so that these experts can design communication strategies, understanding the project in its very core, and then dedicate their time to spread the knowledge obtained from the very beginning. Because scientists are not going to devote their time to at the same time try to communicate to the wider public. And then, as I just said, science communicators are not going to go dig somewhere for some knowledge. And also, if people are trying to reach policymakers, projects should include experts in communication with policymakers. This is just a proposal, but I think that there is a missing link there and that this is a potential solution. And maybe you could think about it later on and maybe propose some other ideas. But this is the main thing. So I think we need to start thinking a bit more like influencers. Like, we need to reach out and gain the trust of the public, be empathetic, contribute something to people's lives. I know this is going to be funny for you, but in a way, that is how these people gain. That is how influencers can influence people, because they give them something that is valuable to them in their own judgment. So studies show that greater trust in academic sources is related to lower vaccine hesitancy. And the complex variations in vaccine hesitancy across regions and social groups show the importance of tailoring science communication to these specific and very diverse audiences. So that is also why I think every project needs to have an expert that can design tailored messages for a specific audience. So it's not the same if you are developing a project here in Germany and you want to communicate it to a specific community as if it's been designed in Mexico. So I think it doesn't matter how many scientists get together to discuss these important issues if that link is still missing. And communication can be used to tell lies as much as it can be used to tell the truth. So as much as these narratives can be created by friends, family, and people who are not experts, we can also create new narratives, better narratives, that connect with people and reach out to them and help them to make decisions, important decisions. So I think that we must communicate. Let's communicate, let's be empathetic, and let's build these bridges in times of peace. Thank you very much. And there are some references. I don't know if you would like to ask any questions. I don't know if the message was somewhat clear, so if anyone has comments or questions, they are welcome. Anyone? Yes, afterwards. Okay.
I have seen top scientists, they have no idea how to communicate the results of their science. Even Nobel Prizes that they, in my opinion, it's my personal opinion, they have no clue how to communicate and to express clearly the most important results and the message. On the other hand, I have seen communicators, journalists, trying to communicate science and sometimes trying to get so deep that sometimes they are superficial and sometimes they give bad opinions that confuse people because they are not scientists on what they are talking about. I don't know what is worst. I always have that question. What could be worse? A scientist who has no idea how to communicate the results, so he has no impact on the normal people, or a journalist who knows how to communicate but then it doesn't have the actual knowledge that is required to communicate and to inform the general population. What do you think about it? How can be that problem solved? Because it's not an easy. I have seen journalists in Cuba, they try to be a specialist in science, but sometimes they write articles or something, they say, oh my God, what are these guys saying about it? It's worse, the article trying to explain the people that not explaining anything. And I have seen sometimes scientists trying to explain the results, and they get no touch with the public. And this is very bad. Both scenarios are terrible for the general population. But it's difficult for me, being able to communicate something is natural, it's difficult to train. But also journalists who try to be involved in science, like those who are expert in sports or something, it's difficult for them to understand some of the actual knowledge that they want to communicate, to be clear to the public, to say, okay, you cannot do this, and you may do this, but it will have this consequence. Sometimes those articles which should be helpful, they confuse more the people, and this is very bad also. I have no solution for that, but both scenarios are very bad.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. Yeah, I agree. I think they are equally bad because they're failing to communicate precisely. One because it doesn't have the right information, and the other because it doesn't know the context and the audience. But they're failing to communicate, and that is why I think they need to work hand in hand from the very beginning. Like, I've worked and I've seen many scientific projects, even transdisciplinary projects, like truly transdisciplinary projects, that don't have a communication strategy. Like, they don't know, like, they go create knowledge with the society and everything, they acquire knowledge, they work horizontally, so to speak. But then that knowledge is retained, it never circles back to the society. I've seen very few projects that include a communications expert from the beginning. And I don't know, I'd like to hear your opinions on this. Like, do you think that would be a good strategy to include an expert from the beginning? Because that way they would be immersed in the project, they would know what they're talking about, and they would relieve the scientists from the duty, like the responsibility of communicating. So I don't know what you think about that.
Okay. Thank you. I think we are oversimplifying it. We don't only have experts and the public, the audience at large, but we have all these mediating structures. And that is where the communication takes place most of the time. So if I have a medical surgery, the doctor will explain me there are 4 options, and I don't want to get into the details of every medical thing. There is a certain trust that this option has been certified by the German health authorities as blah, 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 blah. So all the certification mechanisms are informed by science. And that is what in normal ways is the standard way of communication between science and me as a patient. In the pandemic it was a bit different, of course, but that's not the normal situation. Normally our communication as scientists and the medical sciences or other fields is not immediately from the balcony to the people on the plaza. There are the health insurance who recognize certain procedures and don't recognize others, and all this is where the communication takes place in 95%. I don't think we should lose that out of sight.
Okay, thanks. So if I understand right, what you're saying is that usually health communication does not occur like among friends and family and things, that it only occurs in professional settings and from health professionals. Is that what you're trying to say?
Because everybody will speak with wife and family about medical things, perhaps, but that is not the science communication. That is mediated through the doctor, and not from the guy in the lab or the Nobel Prize winner.
Yeah, I guess that's in some places, but in Latin America and Mexico in particular, that happens a lot. It's not because there is a lack of trust in doctors and health professionals as well, because there is a lot of a lot of problems. So there is a lack of trust there as well. So even for taking an aspirin, people go to people they trust.
I will give some examples of what we faced in Cuba when we were trying to communicate the vaccines that we were doing. So when you talk to a normal people and you tell them, okay, I will inject you a protein, what the people think about the protein? This is meat. Okay? The normal people relate the protein with meat. They are not chemists, they are not biochemists, they don't know what a protein is. So we were trained to not mention protein, because in Cuba protein, so people relate it always with meat, and they don't want to imagine that you are injecting a meat into someone, although one of the vaccines that Cuba produced was a recombinant protein. And the other problem was that that protein was produced in yeast. This is a microorganisms that you use to grow the protein by recombinant means. You know about that. But in Cuba, what the people know about yeast is that this is used to make the bread. Then people start to say, that is why there is no bread in Cuba, because they are using the yeast to produce the protein for the vaccines. But something as such as stupid as that one, you can confuse a lot of people when you talk about yeast producing organisms for the protein. Forget about those specific names. If you are going to the people, you say, okay, let's call it the molecule, and the people know what a molecule is and something like that. But if you talk about protein, people start to believe about meat. If you talk about yeast, they talk about, and this is very, very, very complicated. And an antigen, don't explain to the normal population what an antigen is. You can explain it, but you have to do it in a very simple figuration that they really understand, because it's difficult for the normal people. The only time that they heard about the yeast is to make a pizza or to make a bread. Never ever they heard about yeast. And this is the reality of the normal people. So it's very complex. So we had to be trained to go to the television and to explain which type of vaccine we were doing and something like that. The same with the messenger RNA vaccines. This is so difficult to explain that technology to the people. And why Cuba does not have that technology? Why only 2 countries have that technology? And how revolutionary it is? People don't understand. It's very, very difficult. It's a great challenge, I have to say. But the words, the scientific words that we use, people relate it to something else. The normal people is my experience with that. Yeast with bread and protein with meat.
And I think, thank you both. I think with this difficult conversation, we can move on to our round table, where we will discuss these differences in science communication between Latin America and Europe, in particular Germany. Because, that is one thing. Maybe in some places people do trust their scientists and their health professionals, but in many other places people don't. And they don't rely on their narratives. And these scientists don't even reach out to them or try to communicate. So with that, our roundtable, this is going to be our expert roundtable. It's called Differences in One Health Communication in Latin America and Europe. And to give an introduction, I'm only going to read the definition of One Health, which probably you already know, but it's One Health. This is the definition by the WHO. One Health is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. It recognizes that the health of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants, and the wider environment, including ecosystems, are closely linked and interdependent. There's other definitions where it is defined as a holistic approach to health that brings the moral status of animals and environments into consideration, and a collaborative, multisectoral, and transdisciplinary approach working at the local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. So I'm now going to ask our panelists to come forward and join our round table, please. Our speakers. And we can do that change. So thank you very much to our speakers for joining us here today and for agreeing to participate in this roundtable. I'm going to quickly introduce everyone. Okay, our online speakers are there already. Can we? Yes. Yes. So I'm going to quickly introduce everyone. We have Dr. Julián Fernández Niño. He is a public health professional and physician with extensive expertise in social epidemiology, health information systems, and health policy, particularly in Latin America. He earned his medical degree from the National University of Colombia and holds a master's degree in public health from the University of Antioquia. Additionally, he obtained a Master of Science in Biostatistics and a PhD in Epidemiology from the National Institute of Public Health in Mexico. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Julián served as the Director of Epidemiology and Demography at Colombia's Ministry of Health from 2020 to 2022. In this role, he co-led the national response to the pandemic and was instrumental in designing the national COVID-19 vaccination plan. Currently, he is the Deputy Secretary of Public Health in Bogotá, Colombia, where he leads the implementation of collective interventions and the strengthening of intersectoral governance for public health in the city. His contributions to public health have been recognized across various academic publications and research projects in Mexico, Colombia, and the United States. Most recently, he served as a scientist at the Bloomberg Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. So please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Then online, we have Dr. Javier Cruz Mena. He is originally a physicist from UNAM, the National Autonomous University of Mexico. He shifted to science journalism in 1994, working in the daily press, radio, TV, and online. Since 2003, he heads UNAM's Science Journalism Unit, designed to weave three interacting strands: the practice of science journalism, the teaching of it, and research on public science communication in the media. In 2022, he wrote the book EcoHealth, an ecosystem approach to human health, which he claims is indeed science journalism. Also online, we have Dr. Clementina Equiwa. Sorry, a round of applause for him as well. Thank you. Then we have also online Dr. Clementina Equiwa Zamora. She holds a PhD in biology from the Faculty of Sciences, UNAM. Since 2013, she has worked in the dissemination and outreach unit of the UNAM Institute of Ecology, where, among other things, she manages social networks and does editorial work for the digital magazine Oikos. As an author, she has collaborated in different media, such as magazines Como Ves, Revista de la Universidad de México, and Nexos. She is author of the children's book Cómo se protegen, How Are They Protected, illustrated by Amanda Millangos and published by Fondo de Cultura Económica. For UNAM Radio, she runs a section called Biosfera en Equilibrio within the program Primer Movimiento, and with Mariana Vega hosts the program Habitare, Agenda Ambiental Inaplazable. She collaborated with the Bank of Mexico, Banxico, as an advisor for the issuance of the new family of banknotes called Identidad Histórica, Patrimonio Natural, that currently circulates in Mexico. Please, an applause for her. Okay. Then we have Dr. Michael Knipa. He is Professor of Global Health, Migration, and Medical Humanities at the Institute of the History, Theory, and Ethics of Medicine at the University of Gießen. He has long cooperation record with Latin American countries, especially Ecuador, Peru, and Colombia, regarding social medicine, indigenous and migrant health, and his focal point for Latin America of Lancet Migration, Lancet Commission on Migration and Health. In GLACIER, he collaborates with Professor Enrique Beldarrain and the Cuban team on the historical and social dimensions of the control of infectious diseases. Thank you very much. We also have here Dr. Bernd Rupp. He works at the Leibniz Research Institute for Molecular Pharmacology in Berlin in the Structural Chemistry and Computational Biophysics group. As a postdoc at the FMP, he is developing chemoinformatics routines and databases for the design of new compound libraries. He also supports several projects on research data management. In addition to his scientific work, Dr. Rupp is involved with Wissenschaft Podcast DE and Chaos Macht Schule, where he advocates for new communication channels in science and education in order to make knowledge more accessible and understandable for a wider public. And thanks. And finally, we have Jose Campaña Luis, who's communicator and visual artist with over 18 years of experience in communication in various media, including television, political education, and social media work for diverse NGOs. Thank you very much. So we are going to start with 3 questions. I'm going to give you all 3 minutes maximum per question to answer. And I think we cannot see the slides. Okay, well, I'll just read the questions. So the first question is, in your experience, what are the reasons why One Health has not been communicated enough? And I'm gonna set a timer. And I'm first gonna give the word to Dr. Fernandez Niño.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to highlight that One Health has a critical challenge that requires a lot of sectors. And then I think that we have a problem of governance, because in the health sector, we see the outcomes, but the governance of the social and environmental determinants are actually mostly in other sectors. And each sector has its own language, interests, and I'm not sure actually, and it's the same when we talk about intersectorality in public health in general, who should lead this kind of effort. So we in public health think that we should lead because we see the outcomes, because we see the consequences, but I'm not sure if the flag of health is the flag which is able to join us together, bring us together. So part of the problem that I see is that it's very difficult to build a common understanding with different sectors, because for the other sectors, I'm not sure that health should be like the thing that they care more, so the most. So maybe I'm not responding the question actually, but I think that we really need to try to build a common narrative and understand how we can align the interests of the public health with the interests of the other sectors. And that requires, when we talk about like climate change, environment, agriculture, also try to show them how One Health is good not just for the human health, but also good for their own interests. And I think that that is difficult. So maybe.
Great. Thank you very much. So now I want to give the word to Dr. Javier Cruz Mena online. Hello.
I'm here, I'm not sure whether you can hear me or not, but the microphone in the podium is not connected, so I'm not listening. I'm hearing nothing right now from me. You have to talk to the computer. Frank World is our computer.
This is a communication.
Would you please indicate once you hear the sound? So if you switch to the microphones the speakers have, maybe you should also take such
I use that one?
I would suggest that you share a microphone because there is a noise reduction problem.
I can try to use the other microphone. That one?
Take these ones, and okay, and you should speak to this small. So the real microphone is for the room, and for the Teams link, it's this small box which is clipped to the microphones. Yeah, sorry.
But they can hear the other speakers.
I hope so. I can't tell. I have no means to check.
Javier, do you hear the other speakers?
Yes, we can. We just couldn't hear you at all.
Okay, sorry for that. Okay, then, as I was saying, it's your turn for the first question. So, if you would like to start now.
Okay, so if I'm correct, the question is the reasons why One Health has not been communicated enough. So I'm going to give you as quickly as I can 3 possible reasons. And the first one has to do with the naming. Whether you go with One Health or Eco Health, these are not simple concepts at all. They may sound intuitive, but they're really not simple. Plus, we have to battle with some very ancient, extremely simple ideas from the times of Adam Smith. We have been thinking that nature is infinite, and it's for free, and it's there for mankind. And we have also been thinking that health is entirely an individual matter. If I have a health issue, I go to my doctor, and that's it. The doctor on the corner of the street has nothing to do with my business at the doctor's office. These are two very simple ideas that run contrary to the very complex concept of One Health and eco-health. So this is one first phase of the problem. We need to replace simple ideas with complex concepts. Secondly, the very definition of One Health or eco-health, there is no consensus about. It's not extremely clear. The one that Esmeralda read at the beginning of the session talks about balancing human, animal, plant, and ecosystem health. Well, ecosystem health is not something that we can really grasp easily, and even less how to balance the health of animals with the health of humans, with the health of plants. So we really, and by we I mean scientists, ecologists, really need to work hard on clarifying this. And yet, One Health and eco-health actually share these concerns, and one would say that the same goals as well. And in very many cases, they believe in science, yet they call themselves by different names. So what this means is that we as science communicators, journalists in my case, we end up choosing which approach we're going to frame our story with. And whether you go with eco-health or with One Health, however you understand these terms, you end up choosing framing. And this is possibly not the best outcome. Thirdly, my third response to these first questions, as science communicators, we have a foundational problem. We have to make ourselves and alas, science is not easy. And the ecosystem dynamics, which is something that we have to deal with when we talk about eco-health, inevitably leads to complex sciences of complex business. So we're talking about Champions League level here, soccer, football. The big challenge we have here is to make complex ecology understandable to the lay people. The example has been given about problems with protein and yeast. We have to go much, much deeper than that. So these are my first three approaches. I will leave with how to solve them in the following questions.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, now we are moving on to Dr. Clementina Ikiwa, please.
Thank you, Saale. Do you hear me well? Okay, thank you. Well, Javier is very right. This is a complex matter, and it's very difficult to make people appreciate all the extent of this. As a biologist, it's very complex for me to explain that we need to conserve biodiversity because it's not only the love of things, it's the necessity to have all these complex ecosystems that keep the diseases in check. So we have to start building a way to construct knowledge with journalists, with new communicators, in a way that they can share all this information in one basket, let's say that way. For instance, in Mexico, last year we started looking the appearance of this disease, leishmaniasis. It came and it started showing up in relation with the Mayan trend. And the people in the newspapers just said, well, we are showing more cases of leishmaniasis. And as a biologist, I am sure, and I talk to people around here at the Institute of Ecology, the reasons, of course, that they are clearing the jungle, they are clearing the forest, and the opportunity of people to get in contact with leishmaniasis is increasing. So these kind of things that happen every day show the complexity of this situation. So I will talk more about how to approach it. I approach it talking about biodiversity in the air, very challenging thing because we have to, I don't want to use the word training, but to help journalists appreciate the need and the knowledge and the wonders of nature and how it is related to our health, with our health. Javier did this exercise with the book that we are going to talk probably later on about the collection of books that we have been working together for the last 2 years. And I think we have to keep working in these senses, talking about nature, talking about our connection to nature for our health, with our health, and what are the relationship with all our productive systems that also have to be related with nature, conservation of nature, and our health. And I'm going to stop in that sense because Javier and I are going to be very much related in our conversation.
Great, thank you very much. Great. So now, Michael, would you like to take the word next?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's difficult to say something new after so many very interesting statements already, but I remember your talk, and you talked about audience, about purpose, about context of communication, and thinking on One Health, I think we have to distinguish the audiences for what we are talking about and the content also. So I think the content is not so difficult to talk about, and I think people are very much interested about human-animal relationships, health and environment and so on. There's a lot of discussion on this, and I think as scientists we have a lot to say, and people will listen to us, and we can relate this to interesting stories and whatsoever. The other thing is the audience to talk about One Health as a notion, as a discipline, and that's much more difficult. And I think generally people don't need to know about One Health, I think, the wider public, but there are some people who should know about this. Scientists, presidents of universities, funding agencies, politicians, because we want to create this, and that's our purpose of GLACIER, I think, and of this conference. We want to create and strengthen the One Health perspective in the realm of science. And for this reason, we have to communicate to scientists, and there are some probably problems. For example, I think that, as Julian mentioned already, the term is not so easy to understand. There are different notions about it, and it's not self-explaining. And the idea came from scientists, and they had the idea that we have to collaborate more between human and veterinary science, but then we have our scientists, and all the scientists who are here know this, we love to live in our silos. So me as a human medicine physician or as a vet physician whatsoever, why should I think about One Health? So there need to be a purpose and so on. When they understand that it's important to get funding, for example, or to create new possibilities for research, then probably. But I think scientists are usually, at least in Germany, very conservative, and when you are already a professor in one discipline, it's not so easy that you say, okay, now I will join in completely new field when not the incentives and so on. So I think these are topics where we should probably go more systematic into the communication when we really want to advance the field of One Health, and then we have to be strategic to convince people with power in the system. But I think talking about the content is very different, because the content which is embraced by One Health related to planetary health is very, very popular, and I think there's a lot that we can do very easily. More difficult is the disciplinary point, I think.
Okay, thank you. So,
it's me, okay. So, I heard this here, that I'm here on this podium 2 days ago, so therefore I was a little bit surprised here. But in my opinion, this discussion is very typical for science communication if scientists talk about science communication, because in principle now we think about the format, we think how to teach it, what are the problems in teaching and how difficult is this, and all the problems. Science communication is something offensive. You have to go to the people. So, and therefore therefore, we have not only think about how to tell, and because we know we can tell, and we have the better stories. So we have the stories. So therefore, we have two things. The third thing, in my opinion, we missed is we have, you know, all of you knows the populistic parties here, yeah? And Steve Bannon, the strategic advisor there. And he said, I won't reproduce this yet, but we have to flood the zone with science. That's the problem. So if One Health is only a real event to discuss in public community, then it will be a real event. Yeah? And so that the thing is, it's a complex thing to discuss about this. Yeah? But we are a community, so and if we discuss about it publicly and as often as we can, and talking together and go ahead more strategic, yeah, and we must be in the same places than the community are. So as long as we are not on the cell phone every day, every second, from the morning to the evening, as long, in my opinion, One Health will not become this common project that I think it needs to become this prominent point. So I know to describe a protein is really difficult, yeah? Especially if everyone thinks about. But half a year ago, I discussed 3 hours with a community about membrane dynamics. So I'm theoretical chemist, so therefore and we discuss about ab initio calculation and force field calculation. This is also, it's mathematics, yeah? But we have a community of mathematicians, yeah? And it was a really cool discussion, and this little enforcement of the audience. So, okay, it's not hard, it's hard to learn, but they feel the enthusiastic of the scientists, and this feeling is the first point to transport. Yeah, if you are enthusiastic, and all of us is enthusiastic, otherwise we don't earn so much money, we have really shitty times to work, and so on and so on. Yeah? So if we are not enthusiastic, so therefore we wouldn't be scientists.
That's your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
God, so much has been said already. I don't want to speak outside my field, so I will say, why hasn't it been communicated enough? I would ask exactly what is being communicated, by whom and to whom, which are such open questions, and I think the first step would be to be able to measure that question, like, has there been a failure at all? You would have to break it down into like much smaller things, and I think one of the issues would be like overestimating the reach of communication. The case of the protein, I don't know how quickly people would understand that protein doesn't mean meat or protein powder. I don't think that will happen immediately, and if something with COVID, where everything happens so quickly, it's such a challenge, because trust me, communication is slow and nobody's listening. I don't think that people are interested in science. Like, as the only one who hasn't had doctor title here, I can tell you no one cares. No one is listening. You have to go to them, you have to be frequent, and you have to wait. And sometimes you have to wait years. And I think as scientists, you should be obsessed with data and just look at how people respond to certain things. And you will fail at one attempt, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then you will start recognizing patterns. And then you see, this is where people are responsive to what we're saying. And I think, I ask myself if there's been a failure at all in communicating One Health. Yep.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. So far we've had some very interesting answers. So would you like for me to ask you some individual questions now? Based on your answers? I mean, I will anyway. And after this, we are going to move on to the questions and answers session from the public. So my first question is going to be for Dr. Fernandez-Niño. And it would be, how would you involve researchers, scientists in the processes you mentioned? Sorry? Wait. I'm actually jumping ahead a bit. We are going to move on to we're going to move on to the second question for everyone. Okay, yeah. So the second question is for all of you. In your opinion, what is the biggest challenge in communicating One Health and its derivatives to both scientists and the wider public?
Despite all the anti-vaxxer discourse and everything, I think that COVID-19 was an exceptionalist moment in which science was listened, mostly. And I say that because the problem with One Health is that we are not facing a tangible threat, at the short term. And as a human beings, it's difficult to decide about something that probably is going to happen in the distant future. We make decisions easier when we are watching the consequences or the threats directly. So when we talk about One Health, we talk about climate change, extensive agriculture, the economic system, and the consequences of all of this for global health often unfold over extended periods of time. So I think that part of the challenge is how we build again a narrative about the distant future. And that is also a political issue, because most of the politicians tend to think that they represent the present and the future, but they are the future. But the future is, I hope, that is going to be very distant. So we need a discourse as a humanity, and that is something that is difficult to be implemented in the most of the political projects, because most of the political projects, and in the case of Latin America, think that the history starts with them and finishes with them. Of course, that's not true, fortunately. So I think that is one of the challenges. The other one, and is in general for global health, is that we are observing a rise of the nationalistic discourse in most of the countries. It happened again in COVID-19 when a lot of countries bought like 3 times the vaccine they needed. And so for global health, nationalism, I think that is also a threat, because each country is thinking in themselves, and we don't have too much, how you say, like forcing these cooperation initiatives. I think that we have to accept that COVID-19 showed us that most of the discourse of global health that we had talked in the last 2 decades fail. Most of the global cooperation agreements fail, and actually each country think first in them, and after that, when they felt sure, they started to think in the other countries. So, and first of all, the first thing that we should do is to accept that we fail as a humanity, and then think how we can do better.
Thank you. So we're going to follow the same order then? That's okay. Javier, would you like to follow?
Okay, so the biggest challenge. I'm going to go threefold once again, and the first challenge is to make this subject home for us. I'm speaking as a science communicator now because, as far as I can make eco-health home for me, I'm in a position to make it for my audience. So I have to create some good familiarity with the concept. So my go-to option, instead of the lengthy definition of WHO, is to simply think about an ecosystem approach to human health and include other health of others as far as that is something that we can even define, health of plants, health of forests, for instance. But familiarity with the concept is the first step indeed, and I'll deal with how later on. The second point here is to get to the point quickly. We have to keep producing science communication products, what's in front of our audiences, and each one of those products has a premium. Either I come to it through health, or I come to it through ecosystems. In any case, I have to highlight very quickly the complex relationships between ecosystems and health. This is the power, this is the superpower of One Health and Equal Health, to bring together two things that people tend not to associate, and certainly not this closely. So this is probably one of the biggest challenges. Let me just mention very quickly an example. I'm going to use a phrase that I would never use in a science communication product, but each one of these is an equal variant of intermediate state, by which I mean that each one of you is actually yourself. You need greater systems of large scale, but you're which are separate, just developing. So you have micro-ecosystems being close to the. So these ecosystems are actually integrated to ecosystems that are large systems. Is a very important about here. We claim the ability to control and start highlighting the exact relationships between those as quickly as possible. And thirdly, we really have to focus. And we have to make ourselves as easily with the health sciences, disease, so we have if we are going to communicate science with this. So we have as a subspecialty of science communication. This is something that we need to think about how to do because
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clementina?
Thank you so It's just having information that comes from the systems, from the system knowledge, keep the That's one side. The other side but we have to
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Esmeralda. Okay, the biggest challenge. There are a couple of challenges. I want to speak mainly about one. And we have been talking now all the time about communication, and only in a way of we communicate as scientists to the audience, to the people. But my point is that communication is not only telling people something, but especially listening. Without listening to the people, there's no communication. And I think that's very important for science communication, for One Health communication, for communication of physicians, that we really are able to listen to the people and then get in a conversation with the people, into a dialogue where we also reflect our position, our perspective, which is not only the only one perspective, but we have to give credit to the others, and then start really a constructive conversation and a dialogue. And that's for me the most important thing in communication. If we don't really manage to listen to the people and to engage with the people, we will never send them our message right, I think. And then we have to think about our societies. And probably as a scientist, we all have an idea about our societies. I don't know the country where you're from, but you all have an image of your society, but that's not the real society, but the society as you imagine it, because society is diverse, many people you don't know, living in environments and social contexts you never learned about when you think about migrants or minorities. So as a male person, I don't know how a woman lives in my society, for example, so they have all the intersectionality dimension. And so we have to have a better knowledge about the society, and for this reason you need social scientists, you need history to understand the emergence of the society like this, and you can only, I think, communicate well if you are open to understand people and to listen to the people. And then when you listen, it's not only following what they say, what you hear, or what the concerns are, but also to respond with kind of a knowledgeable and evidence-based position. So to discuss also, and you talked about right-wing people, nationalism, so fake news, we also have to oppose, and we have to know about what we know, and then go into the discussion if there is kind of opposition we want to confront. But for doing this right, we have to listen, and this also creates trust. I think that's very important. But in the health field, we have kind of a medical bias, I think. We only think that medicine is only, or that health is only defined by medicine, by technology, by natural sciences, and we really neglect the social dimensions, the social determinants of health, the social determinants of understanding, communication, whatsoever, and especially also when we think about diversity and intersectionality. I think we have to be open to this, and not only as kind of the cream on the cake. This is for me the cake actually for communicating. So we have really to take this serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, totally agree on listening to create trust. Okay, so Ben.
So then, yeah, okay. We as in the first step, in the first round, I want to discuss this thing also in the direction the community of the community management, and so therefore, meanwhile, in the digital world, yeah, we have in the 90s it comes up the global village idea, yeah, and we see more and more infrastructures growing, which have their own life in discussion and so on. And I think one of the problems, especially in the scientific field, is we have our own communication system. It's rather old. It's papers, it's publishers, and so on. Yeah? And if we discuss about reliable scientific news, so we discuss about papers. Yeah? So, and therefore, we have also to, if we want to go to the communities, so we have to see also what are other channels, and then not only grab these channels up, so also develop our own modern infrastructures, so that we have also somehow a last resort, so that we have a reliable infrastructure by our own, but in a modern way, not in paper, because making a paper to a PDF is not a modern digital way. So, and it's a huge problem. And so therefore, and we makes often at scientists, we makes us very easy, because we saw, okay, we have established infrastructure, Twitter, we have Facebook, but these are not reliable bases. So we have to develop our own infrastructure with no doubt in background, and especially also because we can show that this infrastructure comes from the scientific motivation, because all other infrastructure growing now, as also the publishers, they have not the core part of a publisher is not to document science, it's to sell papers. And that's a problem. So therefore we have the need for our own infrastructure. And the good point yet is we have developed techniques, and also for the global south, it's a huge chance now, because it's really cheap to build up such an infrastructure with a reliable, trustfully environment, so because with the motivation coming out of the science community. For example, we could start in nearly every developed country. We have libraries, and libraries are huge hubs of computer knowledge, of literature knowledge, and so on. Use this infrastructure and make some scientific discussion. It's a so-called third place.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Jose.
I'm going to borrow again from all the panelists. I think I see three challenges. The first one has to do with tangibles, as you mentioned. You will not do without them. You have to find them. You have to take One Health to a point where, if you want to popularize it, you need to get it to the point where you are with other fields like sexual education. Use a condom, wear a mask, use a tote bag when you buy something. Those are simple things that invite to certain behaviors. And if you want to make One Health popular, I think you should find which behaviors are those that you want to incentivize in the population. Her Eminency, the Ambassador of Colombia, opened her speech with something I really liked. Well, didn't open with it, but she mentioned that she doesn't want to romanticize it. And I think it was great what she said, because she followed that by saying we have to include industry. And I love that she said that, because I think one of the big challenges is you have to find a partner. You have to see who's strong enough in terms of money, in terms of soft power in your country to be able to communicate this. Is it the school system? Is it the health system? Is it influencers or something? Because, for example, I don't think the press is always altruistic. So you cannot rely on the press. You can have a great journalist, but they have an agenda. They have to sell papers. They have, and with a certain position also. So you really need to find who your partners are, who can strengthen your message. And I forgot my third challenge, but I'll stay at those still.
You're still fine. You still. Sorry? What was that?
No, I forgot my other challenge.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Great. So then we move on to the third question, which is, what strategy would you suggest for improving One Health communication in your country or region?
I think that we have a lot to learn from politicians. You know, politicians, for good or for evil, know how to tell stories. And I think that we should stop pretending that our concerns are not political. One Health is a political, requires a political engagement, and then what we need is a political discourse. Of course, informed science, based on science, but we need to create a narrative that should be attractive for people, a narrative for the humanity, because for me it's clear that we are losing the fight against the rise of the anti-science discourse in a lot of countries. And the reason is because they know how to combine people, and some of the scientists still think that they should be aseptic, but I actually think that we should go to the political arena and fight there, because maybe science can help us to know how is the world, but science is not able to tell us how the world should be. We need politics to say how the world should be, and we're talking about not just evidence, we're talking about principles like the idea that the humankind should survive, equality, and everything. So maybe it's something that is obvious for most of you, but I still see people like scientists who feel that they will get dirty if they go with the politicians. And of course, I'm saying that because now in a political position, but I do think that we can do a lot of things if we engage and if we recognize that we need to learn how to combine people with this kind of discourse based on science, but also addressed by principles that we can share with others. Maybe.
Thanks. Okay, Javier.
Okay, so of science journalism in particular, and science communication in general as a profession. So the strategic lines that I'm going to talk about come from this point of view. I do believe that, I say that because I think at the very end I'm going to want to come back to this political issue that was just mentioned. But from the standpoint of communicating science, we really need to strive to adopt a clear and simple definition for eco-health, One Health, or the mixture of both. And this is important because we have to frame our stories accordingly. And we also have to make this definition, however it comes out, as a reminder of the fact that we are leaving behind old-fashioned ideas, simple ideas, like the one that the health is something that concerns also the individual, the human as well as the horse, as well as the dog. We have to completely tell the people why it's not convenient to keep following these ideas, along with the other one, which comes from the economics of Adam Smith, that nature is there to serve humankind and that it's infinite and infinitely capable of absorbing our debris and that it is for free. We really need to find ways to constantly trace the interrelationship between ecosystems and human beings and animals and plants around us. So this is the first strategic line. The second one is that I mentioned this in the previous answer as well, we have to make ourselves at home, master ecosystem dynamics as much as possible. There is no way to, even if you go through the One Health approach, there is no way you can make that clear without talking about what happens at the ecosystem level. And that is generally unknown, not just to the public, to us as science communicators, and to the greater scientific community. Let's not fool ourselves. Ecologists are a minority, and they are an absolute necessity to bring to the fore. While you're at it, we have to learn a lot about non-equilibrium thermodynamics, because this is what happens in the real world. Complex sciences strive in these fields, and the best explanations tend to come from here. Let me just offer you a very simple example. In complex sciences, the notion of self-organized criticality is central. I'm sure this is a phrase that is unfamiliar to most people, even the people in the audience. But just think about this concept, a very new agey concept of the health of an ecosystem. Well, an ecosystem can be in a healthy state, inverted commas, but it can also collapse. And this is something that is very akin to what happens when one thermodynamic system moves from one state to another. And the changes are very, very severe, and sometimes you can just not come back. So the collapsing of ecosystems is a real thing, and it's directly related to the notion of a health of ecosystem, which is at the core of One Health and eco-health. And how people's understand the relationships to the ecosystems they live in is something that is very much colored by the region and even the city where you live in. So there have to be some local accents here. We have also to be aware of falling into ultra specialized science communication. It still has to be science communication for most people. It's never for all, but certainly for most people. And finally, and I'll close with this, we have to bring storytelling. It's an absolute must. There is a rich body of work in storytelling in science communication. I very much recommend it. The journal JCOM just published a special issue a couple of years ago. The journal Method from the University of Valencia published a monograph earlier this year. There's a lot to read and a lot to think about storytelling in science communication. But this means that we do not communicate eco-health or One Health for its own sake. What we do is that we tell stories to the people. Even in journalism, this is a central tenet of journalism. We tell stories to people and we let each story tell us what science it needs. And this is the science that we communicate. Communicating science is not an end in and of itself in this approach. It's a very indispensable means of telling a story. For instance, you cannot understand deaths from COVID without delving into inflammation. You have to turn this into a story and find the scientific content that this story needs. Finally, and this again takes a very local color, we have to explore rhetorical devices in order to be able to do what I've just been hinting at. But we have to beware of the metaphors. Science communication and the health communication is filled with metaphors that don't really explain the reality of what happens. Just think of ecosystems as service providers. This is something that we talk about all the time, and it's the wrong idea. I don't have the time here to delve into that, but just think of it. Ecosystems are there. Now you just spend a good take this.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Clementina.
Well, I have been doing this, working in this communication of science for 10 years. And as Esmeralda said, I am a biologist of origin. And for me, as a biologist, conservation of natural resources is a matter of national security. And it's not just because I love nature, as I said, and because I love to see things pretty much the way I saw them when I was a girl, but because of the tight relation that we have with it for our own health and for keeping our productive systems. So for me, that's very important. And in everything that I try to do is using this approach. For instance, in this project that Esmeralda mentioned when she presented me about the Mexican bills, we had a long discussion of what subjects to include in the national bills that were going to be circulating in all the country and that were going to be in the hands of all the people in our country. And I pushed because the original idea was to have only animals because, animals are pretty and people like animals. And I keep pushing that the point of view that we had to approach in that project was the ecosystem project. So we have in our bills, in the Mexican bills, and I think that's it's a very original idea. And if you see bills in all over the world, we are the only country that has the idea of an ecosystem in the bills. And they are represented as ecosystem with plants, animals, and some cultural things that are related to it. That's I would say that's a One Health approach, because that's a subtle message that we are all interrelated in somehow. So that's pretty much what I keep pushing to have this idea in as many places as I can. The other thing I have been pushing is that, yes, we do need to have storytelling. I love the idea of storytelling, but we have to switch a little bit, and I have been trying to exercise that as a communicator. We have to switch from the people in the center of the stories to nature or things in the center of the stories. And that's a big challenge because, of course, we are humans and we are the center of the universe, as we think. So that's something I keep pushing to do. Other thing that I believe it's very important, it's to start open spaces for new ways to train scientists. I started with a friend many years ago to teach science communicators for science communication in the biology school. And from that optative course, this year we were informed that it's going to be a compulsive course for all biologists. So I think the challenge or the way to do it is just keep pushing, not only to have these stories in journals or to have these groups, as Esmeralda said, that one part of the team that's working there is a communicator, is to have all these all the time, all these training courses that help change the need of communication to every professional in every field of work. Medicine needs to have a professional that knows how to people.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt. Your time is almost up.
Okay. To sensitize or sensibilize all the people in different fields, not only biology or communication, in any kind of science.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, please, Michael, please.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. Also, it can be brief because my first point on the list was meaningful storytelling, and we heard about this by Javier and Esmeralda, so stories are very important. But the second point would be a successful example. In my eyes, for example, is the history of HIV/AIDS communication. It's full of very good and very bad examples. What we can take from this is that the top-down approach is bad, stigmatizing and humiliating and forceful approach is bad, but when you do it with the communities together, so kind of involving civil society and working with the people, taking the notion of nothing about us without us and this kind of thing. So if you involve people, then you will be successful. And what we want with science communication or in One Health is behavioral change by communities or by politicians, and so we have to take them serious and to be collaborative and especially work with civil societies. I think that's very important. And my last point, very brief, I think we are here now in the One Health group. Sometimes I'm with people from global health, then with planetary health, and all these groups think they know what to do and they have the best notion. And then they say, no, it's better to talk about One Health, and yes, no, planetary health is much better. And so they engage in discussing if One Health or global health or planetary health is better, instead of thinking, so these three notions have their meaning and we are a community, we want to achieve kind of global health change, interdisciplinary, and work together and not lose our time and forces in kind of discussions who has the better notion and the better institute whatsoever. So working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so much told already. But one point I want to mention is especially in the interaction, in the training of the scientists. So what, in my opinion, what we miss is also think your communication strategy already in the grant writing, because you can get also additional money and organization, because infrastructure costs money, yeah? And therefore think your communication strategy already in the grant writing, and therefore already there are trainers, there are. For example, I started a Wirkstoffradio, or we have a German-speaking podcasting, Wissenschaftspodcasting group. So there are English trainer, therefore, so and train this, and then if you have your own infrastructure also for telling your points and bringing them, and have a reliable environment so that your points are internet are public available. So therefore, it's the most important thing. I think so. So that's for me.
Okay, thank you.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course. So what strategy would you suggest for improving One Health communication in your country or region?
Okay, so the first thing I would do is consider all the challenges that were mentioned like a moment ago. The second one, you're a copywriter. There's something writers say, which is kill your darlings, which is when you're writing something, everything you like and love about your text, probably the rest of the world won't like or don't need, but you're so attached to them because you wrote them. It was such a great idea. And in my work with science, and especially with academia, there's so much politics and there's sadly so much ego. And I'll give you a bad example. I work for a project here in Germany about fighting the fear that people have of 5G technology, that is going to turn us into monsters or whatever, or give us cancer or whatever. And I think it's such a good thing to do, it's such a necessary thing to do. But the scientists involved were so in love with their explanations and with all the research they've done over years, of which they're obviously proud. And at that point, kill your darlings and trust your communication people. Your communication expert will tell you things you won't like to hear. And especially also, academia and science is also very political. You have funding from different things, so how could I not mention this or that? And those are the things that your communication expert will tell you. Will the public care about this? And the less information you have, the better. It's super important to trust your communication experts, even though it hurts sometimes. And I think that's the only thing I can add to what has been said.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, and time? Yeah, we're running a bit late, but we started a bit late, so I'm only gonna ask a general question to all of you, and then we can move on to questions and answers. So please, I expect you to participate. So just one quick question for all of you. After all this discussion, what would you suggest that we at GLACIER and the audience here present do? Like, what can we do to improve now? Like, maybe some practical examples, maybe a If you want, we'll follow the same order.
Okay.
Privilege.
Okay. I had the opportunity to be part of the Colombian response to COVID-19 during 2 years, and one of the things that I learned is that sometimes you need to put your priorities in the language of other people's priorities. I mean, like sometimes we tend to think that the things that are valuable for us are also valuable for others, but that's not true most of the times. So in COVID-19, for instance, we need to fight to try to have people at the center and combines all people that the common interest should be first. But first, nobody knew how to do it. So first of all, we should recognize as a scientist that we don't have all the responses, in particular during an emergency when we had a lot of uncertainty. And also, sometimes the best solution for a problem is not the most scientific-based solution, but the one that is feasible, and then you have to negotiate and accept other point of view and understand that in public health, and it's the same for One Health, what you have is like a lot of interests, a lot of different interests, a lot of different perspectives, and you have to find a way to discuss with all of these point of view and try to build the common interest. And the common interest is not like the center of all these opinions. It's not like something like the center of the different position. You need to make a judgment. You need, and that's the reason because I say that it's political. But in order to do things in the real world, you need to understand that scientific evidence is just a piece of a social construction that is public health, that requires this kind of negotiations with all these actors, what is definitely difficult. And the final thing that I'm going to say is that the same thing that I say to my students is that many things in the real world is hard. When you are in academia, sometimes you think that, oh, why these guys don't do that? That is obvious, and we have a lot of evidence. And yes, sometimes we don't know how to do it. But other times the reason is that it's difficult. That is difficult because it requires a lot of things to implement things in the real world. And that's something that we have to learn.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe, yeah, Javier, should we follow the same one? Please try to stick to a minute and a half as we're running short of time.
About going to Mars to live there is completely baseless. There is no ecosystem. There is no human life without an ecosystem. Furthermore, we do need healthy ecosystems, but we don't have a very good idea of what that even means. So what we need urgently is to think more about ecosystems, particularly ecosystem health, and we need the science to be developed, and it's not yet there. So that's what I would say at this point in less than 1 minute and a half.
And complementing Javier, what Javier said, I would say, and I would add that also it's very important to tell the people that the way science works, as you have said, it's a matter of constant thinking, coming with ideas to answer questions. And I think that's very important because not everything is said about One Health or climate change or climate crisis. And people have to understand that we are trying to come up with the solutions, to understand the problems first, and then giving the answers. And I think part of the time the people just gets despair because they think people is not agreeing, scientists are not agreeing on what they are saying. And
yeah, thank you very much to both of you. Now, Michael, I would like for you, before you start, for you to maybe give an example of how we could achieve this listening to others, because I was really interested in that point. Like in real life, how would you suggest we do it?
Good point. How to do this listening?
Yes.
Hanging out with people and take your time. And really take the time to listen and not respond directly because you are the man or you are the physician or the expert, but let people, let people speak. And even when it's in the first moment you don't understand, let them speak and listen and ask kindly and not directly, well, I'm the expert and stop it. I learned the most from patients when I did my anthropological research in Ecuador and the Amazon, hanging around with the people, with the families, and listening to things I couldn't understand and taking the time and giving the people credit for what their life is. That's the most important thing, and especially, I don't know, but you can answer this for yourself. What the stereotypes you have in your mind, the cliches you have in your mind, your position you have in society, and it probably gives you a bias that you are not able to understand. And really to listen and to reflect on your position and to give other people time and credit, and then look for alliances and expose yourself also to other communities. And that's what I would recommend. And that's really much fun, I think.
Thank you very much. Ben?
What should I say? But there are 2 points. Okay, you are right. We have to listen. On the other hand, we have also one of the key feature of science is also to educate. So therefore, we have to steer also this in the right direction. So we have to also, because on the other hand, if we go if you don't go forward, so then it's the same like if Henry Ford was asked, what should I invent, and they told him faster horses, and so therefore it's not our task is also to show the people what is the possibility we can do, and so therefore it's also a point. Not every time it's good to wait, so therefore we have also to go forward. So
yes,
because we are the driving force.
I know, but if I may respond, yes, and we have our knowledge, we have our task, and so on. But we also need to listen. We have to do both. And when I say I listen to people and give credit to the people, I don't say that I forget my knowledge, my evidence, my conviction whatsoever. But I start a conversation and then also give credit to the evidence they present to me. And they are, especially when it's about health in societies and of people, they are the experts about their lives, about their concerns, about their fears, and they have to transmit it to you so that you can understand and then give your offer and make a good offer with your evidence, your knowledge, and then you come to terms with them, and then they create the strategy together.
Well, Jose?
Well, first I was going to say, I don't know what to suggest to GLACIER because I'm not entirely sure in one sentence what does GLACIER want. So I would say in terms of communication, that would be my answer, maybe to, and I hate this word, but to find your branding, to have an identity as GLACIER. As soon as it's mentioned, people know, oh, that's the organization that does this, shortly, clearly, and yeah, to narrow your identity as an organization. It's the only thing I would say in terms of communication.
It's really good. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to all our panelists today. Now I'm going to quickly open the questions and answers section. So if anyone would like to make a question, comment, say they don't agree with anything we've said. We need at least one question before we leave for dinner.
One drink better than one.
It's too late.
Thank you.
I have a question, but I would like to make a comment. The role that media plays in communication, scientific communication. I got firstly introduced to science through cartoons, so I think everything should start from the young age, through simple answers to simple introductions. For me it was cartoon, maybe some people watch it, high school, Magic's High School Bus, yeah, something like that, and that's how I got introduced. But I also want to point out the importance of media through an example that recently happened. I don't know how much are you introduced to the political situation in Serbia now, where I'm coming from. We have a problem with lithium minings. There is also a paper in Nature Scientific Reports. And media, that is mostly government, put that paper in journals, presenting it in the wrong way. So when there was a Q&A session in one of the places where there should be lithium mining, the scientists that wrote that report, that wrote that paper, showed up even though she was on her vacation and said her part of the story. So I would say that most of the time, like, we should communicate through the media and show up on TV stations and so on, and then introduce not all at once, but one part for another part. So gradually, not everything at once. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I say something to that? I think that's a great comment. I think, as I was saying, adults are busy putting bread on the table. We're not listening. We're really struggling with every day, raising kids, working, taking care of health, whatever. So we're not listening. Kids are listening. And I think, for example, in my work with like government social media, on our normal campaigns, if you look at the comments, it's just like bots or people saying horrible, hateful things. When we do campaigns with kids, there's suddenly interaction. And I think that's why not only like media for kids, but also the school system is a great partner for that. I think a great example is, for example, Chile with its project to fight obesity, where they went to schools and from a really young age, they start learning about these things and they bring it home also to their parents, and they teach their parents about salt, sugar, fat. And I was reading this year that even the Chilean government says this is going to take us years to see a result because we're raising a generation. But that's great because that generation does have the time and the attention to listen to science and to be interested in that. So I think that's a great comment.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any of our panelists would like to say something? No? Well, in that case, with this, I'm going to close this session, and thank you all for your time. Hope you had a good time. Thank you. And please another applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Bring their belongings with them because I have to close the auditorium.
One point, but I want to...
Is it it's not so much. Sorry, just one more organisatory stuff. Could you please take all your belongings with you because we have to close the lecture hall now. So we meet then upstairs, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you.
Geht das aus?
Only one mention, Latin American Social Medicine.
Vielen Dank.
Yeah.
Ich habe oben eine Flasche. Ja.
Oder? I win. This way.